I have to. That's okay. I can't help it. I'm not really starting early. I won't really start until 9:30, but I got to get all this stuff out of the way. Looks good, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's presentation. Now please give a warm welcome for our host, Mr. Tom Katniss. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for coming. And I think we should thank the good Lord that everyone here has arrived safely. Let me first introduce our designers. From Circle Florist, we have Ron Nachman, the owner of Circle Florist, and Joanne Robertson. Come on up. Come on up, yeah. See, I brought one of these just in case. You know when you go into a studio, you know, when the crowd isn't responsive? Welcome. Come on over here. Come on over here. What we're going to do is we're going to do sort of a, I'm going to ask you to stand right over there, okay? Ron, thank you. I'm sorry. I was reaching.
That's right. Okay.
Sorry. This is ad lib. You have to understand. This isn't like a TV show where you know, they cut all the garbage out. So what you see is what you're going to get. Next we have Oscar Friesman is seated over here. Where'd you get? Oh, he's in the back now. Okay. Oscar is bashful. He didn't want to come up. He has this silent profile. But let's welcome Patty Schwartz and Deborah Hochberg from We're Not All Nuts. Come on up here. Come on up here. Welcome, ladies. Welcome. Stand right over there. Okay. And then next we have from Gertrude Hawk Chocolates, we have Diane Morgan and Bonnie Crumboli. I think you can see by the diversity of what we have here, we have a tremendous amount of energy. Now you get on that side. Just move those chairs over there, okay? Now I'm going to ask everybody to sort of just come up here and hold hands. You know, you think you've come here to celebrate us. We've come here to celebrate you, to bring energy to you to make more money, to provide for your family. So, if you've never gotten a standing ovation, okay. Before, I'm going to send these people back in the audience because we're going to do a video. I've got a 6-minute video that I want to show you. But before I do that, I have something else. The people over on this side, I want you to say, so what?
So what?
Can you say it a little more energy? So what? Okay. And over here, who cares?
Who cares?
Now I want you to be louder than this group over here. So I'm going to cue you. When I cue you, you're going to say, so what?
Who cares?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tom Katniss.
So what? Who cares?
Okay. Okay. All right. I hope to have fun with you today. We're not here to tell you what is right. We're here to show you what we do, because you obviously are doing what's right, or you wouldn't be in business. We're here to celebrate your entrepreneurial spirit. We're here to show you how we use different mediums. And you can see, as you walk around the room, there are about 60 baskets on display. You can see all the different thumbprints of how everyone designs. Now, Carol was saying to me, we only have about 4 or 5 people who drop their business cards out there. I have free videos to give away. I have free cash to give away. And I have free umbrellas to give away. These are the most beautiful umbrellas. So if you did not give during the video, or toward the end, if you did not give, I'll tell you what, we'll make it even easier. Charles, come on over here. Anyone who brought a basket who did not deposit their business card out there, stay put. Charles is going to go around and collect them. And then after the video is over, then we'll give out the door prizes real quick, and then we'll get into our program. So, Joseph, come up a second. Now we're going to try and do this. And what we're going to do is we're going to run 2 videos at the same time. The problem is they're not queuing up. Normally they're interactive, but they're not queuing up for one reason or another. So what we're going to do is I'm going to, let me get the hand mic back here. Put this over here. All right, are you rewound? This is called Life Smiles of the Filthy Rich and Forever Famous as opposed to the poor and depressed. And play. We did it. By the grace of God, we did it. All right, so give him 2. How many did you get?
3.
Okay, that'd be pretty good. How many do you have?
Huh?
What's your goal?
That's all of them.
Hello and welcome to Life Smiles of the Filthy Rich and Forever Famous. We are here today in Dallas, Texas, and we have with us a special guest, yes, a designer of fantasy gifts for the rich and famous, as opposed to the poor and distressed. This fellow has created fabulous themed gifts for J.R. Ewing, Crystal Carrington, Steven Spielberg, Angela Channing, Tom Magnum P.I., Mr. Don Johnson himself, Mickey Mouse, E.T., and many, many more. We caught up with him at the Oil Barons Bar in downtown Dallas, having a tonic with our roving reporter, Lord Giftonall from the BBC. Are you there, Lord Giftonall? Oh yes, this is Lord Giftonall, and we are here today talking with Mr. Tom Cantonese. No, Lord Giftonall. My name is Tom Catniece. Think of your cat and your niece. Catniece. Mr. Cantice, how did all of these fantasy gift ideas come to you? I actually think of these fantasy gifts in the shower. Is it true that you put on seminars across the country in this USA? Yes. At the Jacob Javits Convention Center. I understand you've been published quite often. Yes, that's true. In fact, in 1990, Beverage Media magazine honored me by placing my photo on their front cover. Didn't you create gifts for Les Miserables and Phantom of the Opera? Yes, I did. The Les Miserables gift was quite a challenge, and if you look closely, I included just about everything plus parts of the barricade. The gift answers a very simple question. What would you send Cameron McIntosh, the producer, for his 365th anniversary performance? The Phantom of the Opera gift is one of the most popular gifts that I have ever created because it reflects both a male and female presence, and it's a very theatrical and formal gift also. I understand you've done some fun gifts also. Yes, that's correct. The fun gifts came along in the early 90s. As you can see, I did a surfboard in Los Angeles. Then I created the perfect Father's Day gift. It was done at Rancho Lacoste. It was an electric golf cart filled with every imaginable thing for Dad. In fact, the instructions for this gift are part of my video and book that I offer. I also created a gift for the Chrysler people at the Washington, D.C. Auto Show, a Chrysler LeBaron convertible. When Tom Lasorda won his first World Series, I created a gift for him. In fact, he's from my own hometown. I understand you've presented 2 symposiums in Europe. That is correct. London in 1989 and Paris in 1990. It was quite a thrill, to be very honest with you, because the French fancy food show people had invited me to address their exposition. And the French were to create a theme gift for Stephen concerning a movie he had recently completed called Raiders of the Lost Ark. To my customers' complete delight, there was no budget. There was no budget limit for the gift. He could charge them any value as long Well, this is Lord Gift and all, and before we depart, I do believe that I should at least mention that Mr.
It's enough of you, Tom. Okay, let's put these TVs down. My friend Charles is helping me today. Charles, do you think you could move that Lion King gift over here? See the big one with all the grass all the way up on that big table over there? Now, if the designers want to come back up onto the, the podium and the come on up and you start working. Now, let me explain something. In New York, one of the women said, geez, it was really stupid to have all the designers sort of wrap and unwrap all the gifts. And I said, why do you think it was stupid? And she said, well, they had the gifts already made, and then they took them apart and wrapped them in front of us. And I said, well, if they didn't have the gifts made before the fact, you would not have been able to photograph the gifts on display. They would have come in just boxes, and you're certainly not going to imagine how these gifts are going to look. So what these people are going to do now is they're going to disassemble some of the gifts while I'm doing my presentation between now and 11:45, and they'll put them back together again. And this way, you can be watching me because I'll be doing some assembly. All right, now, I won't tell you who, but one of the retailers in this room had a gift together for $500. They had come to one of my seminars. They put the gift together, $500, they put it in the window. Some of the gifts in the window were dummies. I mean, some of the product were dummies. So one evening, a part-time worker was there. A man came in and said, how much is that gift? And she said, $500. He said, I'll buy it. Oh, she said, we don't sell it. We just display it. The man walked out of the store. So what happened was that the retailer put the gift together to sell, and then he would make it to order because he didn't want to have $500 worth of product going stale. He was using dummy boxes. Now, people say to me, why would I do that chair? And why would I do a car? And why do I do all these big gifts? Because what it does for your store, and a gift like this, it adds excitement to your store. Now, I'll tell you about the retailer who I said, look, make up a wine chair for about $500. He made it up, he sold it. He did another one for $750. He did another one for $1,000, and he sold that. So what's happening is, see, you have grades of customers coming in your store. Some who can afford $25. Then you have the customer who wants the $100 gift. Don't you get excited when they say, Rick, I want a $100 gift? And then they say, I want to pay $19.95 for it. I mean, this is what the consumer wants. They want you to create this big gift. All right. The reason I put these, what I call fantasy gifts or celebrity gifts together, is so that when you have these in the store, you'll create excitement. Someone will say, for example, Ron had said that the sweetheart basket that he had made up, how much was it? It was, what was the, Joanne? It was $200. Well, a woman came in and said, gee, I don't want to spend $200, but can you do it for $100? Hey, so what happens is these gifts create energy, and it gives you some talking points to take the customer around to the store. Now, anytime you get a gentleman in the store or a professional person, they've got a credit card in their pocket. They're willing to pay that extra money to put that, to make that impression. They're buying it based on vanity, and we're going to talk about that. What I wanted to do was to show you basically how I constructed this, and then to show you what I did. I didn't use any wrap on it. I positioned everything in either with Scotch tape or sticker deuce. But one of the things I did in the back was to put, make sure I'm going to press play here. because if I push the wrong button, it'll be, there we go, okay. I took the soundtrack from, so, this is something you can do. Radio Shack sells these little tape recorders for $19.50, all right? In a birthday gift, where you're giving, let's say, an office is coming together to give the boss a birthday or an employee a birthday, all of the individual people can be singing happy birthday to Carol, happy birthday to Jim. You put it in the gift, and when the delivery person delivers the gift with some balloons, happy birthday, and a happy birthday theme, they push the button. And who's getting the word of mouth advertising? All right? So what I have here is I've got two pieces of styrofoam, and those are holding the plants in the back. Now, I left both sides open, so I wanted you to be able to see the mechanics. Some of the gifts that I've done, I've left them open so you can see how we put them together, all right? This way you can sort of, you know, and we're going to pass some of the gifts around through the audience so you can feel how heavy they are, you can see how the designers work them, that sort of thing. So what I've done is I've created steps. My first step is all these fellows are just stuck in here. The second step, I've taken fabric and wrapped the fabric in the different African material, and then the next step is I'm making almost like the steps of a display. And I'm securing it one way or another. Charles, I'm going to let you take this back, and you can put this over there. You got it? There we go. Thanks. I have the cards. What did I do with the cards? I did the cards. Here are the cards here. All right. We're going to do this really fast. I mean, you've all come here for one reason. Are we too loud, Joe? Let me just see. I want to make sure that we're... All right, let me bring this down just a little bit. We're getting a little feedback. In fact, let me turn this off. Maybe that's the reason why. Okay, I'm going to shuffle these up. And Charles, come up here real quick. Gabe's Candy. Where's Gabe's Candy? Right there. Hey, there he is. Why are we here? Why'd you come? Money? Didn't everybody come here to make more money? Give that man $20. All right? That's Gabe's Candy. Gag's Flower Pot. Where's Gag's Flower Pot? Gag's Flower Pot. Charles, right over there. Busy Bee. Where's Busy Bee? Here, there you go, right there. And next, Busy Bee, put that over there. Presentation. Are you up and off of Egypt Road? No. No, it's a different one. Okay, give that young lady. All right. Let's see. Cafe Vincennes. Cafe Vincennes. No more money? I'm going to give you that. This is the loveliest umbrella. Open that umbrella real quick. I want to show the ladies. Lone Star Coffee. Lone Star Coffee. There we go. There we go. Just pop that. There you go. Lone Star Coffee. Gifty Baskets and Flowers. Gifty Baskets and Flowers. I'm telling you, when you see this umbrella, your friends are going to, all your women friends are going to say, pop it open. Isn't that pretty? Yeah, all right, close it up for her. And we've got some videos here. Simply Elegant Creations. Simply Elegant Creations. Ralph's Pharmacy. Where's Ralph's Pharmacy? There she is. I was in your store without you being there. Your baskets are beautiful. They really are. Very nice. Let's see, we got Simon's Center Market. Simmons, I'm sorry, my glasses. I'm trying to do too much too fast is what it is. Let's see, we want to give this to her. And that's it. That young lady right there. Okay, let me get these out of the way. Oh, did you get one? Okay, so then the last one, Treehouse Flowers, all the way in the back. They get one back there. There we go. Okay. All right, let me put this over here. I have a $50 bill. All right, I have to wait until our cameraman gets back up. Let me tell you a story while I do that. We're here about changing times. What we see on the national scene today, is it believable? We watch the TV and we are aghast that things are being said on the open media. What happened was I happened to be in a drugstore and I'm making a purchase. And as I get to the cash register, a younger woman, 30-something, who looks like an unmade bed, sort of pushes me out of the way, and she whispers to the cashier, she says, 2 packs of Merit Lights. And I said, well, that's odd that she's whispering. And then in a very loud voice, she points to the corner and she said, I'll take 2 dozen of those rainbow-colored condoms. I said, what did you say? She says, none of your business. I said, no, about the cigarettes. Why did you whisper for the cigarettes? She said, my mother's in the next aisle, and I don't want her to know I'm smoking. You know, we have come so far that nothing is no longer taboo. And what it talks to me about is change. The change that your customers are changing, the way we dress is changing, the way we do things. 5 years ago, how many had cell phones? 10 years ago, how many people had fax machines? I mean, we're living at the speed of light. We're all running the human race quicker and quicker, okay? So we're really here about change and about profit. I have a $50 bill. Who'll give me $10? Who'll give me $20? $20? Who'll give me $25? $25. $25? Okay, give me $25. Something is wrong. I just sold a $50 bill for $25. Am I in my right mind? Why would I do that? Bring your credit cards. Bring all your credit cards, too. Oh. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Give me $25. Give me $25. Now, she saw a very quick advantage, and she said, hey, I'm going to jump on it, okay? Here is your $50. Now, I talked about the reason why you came. That's a good... She said, is it a good one? Would I give you a fake one, even in this day of copy machines? Okay? I wouldn't do that. All right. Now I'm going to really put you to the test. Who'll give me $50 for this envelope? Who'll give me $25? $25. You put your hand up. $25? Come up here. Bring all your credit cards. While you do that, let me get a sip of water. Now, I'm going to ask you, are you a gambler? Now, what made you buy an envelope that could be empty, that could have a note in it? What made you do that? It's Robin. Why?
Because I don't think you'd do that to me in front of all these people.
Exactly. 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 Do you know what's in here? Let's see. Who's going to make a guess? What do you think's in here? $50. $50. Oh, you see? You see what happens after the... Okay, that's what I'm trying to make. We're talking about... There you are. Thank you. Hey, isn't this profitable? This is pretty damn good.
I'll take this $25.
So we're here for profit, here to make more money. We're here about change, but we're really here about trust, because everything that we do in our daily living has to do with trust. It has to do with trust with credit cards, has to do with trust with paying our bills, it has to do... And once your customer trusts you to do the right thing, and you've earned that trust, which does... It takes years. How many in here know that a customer can call you on the phone and say, Robin, I know your work. I need a gift for $50. Here's the profile of the customer we're giving it to. I don't even have to know what you're going to do. I know it will be good. That doesn't just happen in a heartbeat. It takes years for that to happen. Let me take, and I brought my book. I thought I brought my book. Here it is over here. Let's go over, let me show you, I want to show you what we have in here. The book. Did everyone get a book, first of all? Okay. Charlie, go out to the front and get, we got one book. Everybody, did anybody over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bring about 10 books in. What I have back here on this board is my outline. And you're going to go into about, I'm going to say page 5 or 6, and you're going to see this is the program that I'm going to follow. Goal setting, gift building, markup, profits, new gift ideas, packaging, trade secrets. The goal setting is basically what I'm going to start with. And on the opposite page, you're going to see basically what I want to talk to you about. You know, if you don't set goals for yourself in life, I'm going to tell you something, you're not going to reach those goals. If you don't have a vision of where you are, where you want to go, how much money you want to make, you have to write these things down. All right, hand them out to the people who, you know, what is it that we really want from life? We want a check with at least 8 to 10 zeros once a year that says my financial anxiety is gone. Charlie, we have some in the back too. We want to eliminate the anxiety of life. We don't want to have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. How many of you drove in for the symposium today? I mean, you got up early to come and hear what we have to say, and we thank you for that, you know? It takes a lot of energy. In this room today, there's more collective gift basket knowledge, energy, design work than there is in any other place in the whole world right now. And if you take a look at all the different gifts that are on display, you're going to pick up a tremendous amount of information. So when I get the girls and the fellows up here, we'll give them this, make sure. Because I said we had a little meeting in the back, I said, how many hours did you work on these gifts? One said 12. See, because they're all trying to make the perfect gift that everybody is going to like. I put 80 hours into this presentation to do a 5.5-hour program, dealing with the suppliers, dealing with the hotel. So there's a lot of things that you don't see that make this a successful situation. So let's talk about the goal setting. You should have a lifetime plan, not just about your basket business and not just about your company, but your own personal wants and desires. You know, we all do this, whether we're in church or not. Oh God, please, I need to sell 100 baskets this month. I have to pay my BMW payment. I mean, we all want. All right, I'm going to talk later on about charity and how important charity is to you. It's something that you can get involved with locally where you can pick up a tremendous amount of word-of-mouth advertising and show them how you do these really big gifts that they can raffle off for lots of money. So we're going to tie all of this together. You're building a business. For those of you who are young retailers, you have to think of a pot. You have a clay pot. Here's your core idea. Then you're going to take your money, which is the soil, and you're going to put that little seed in the soil, and then you're going to water it. Now the thing is, you're going to expect this thing to grow like this overnight. Well, it just doesn't happen. You're telling people about your business. That's why you advertise. That's why you shake hands. When you go to a meeting, go to the meeting as if you were running for the president of the country. Give out business cards left and right. Tell people what you do. Push your business as much as you can. We're all running the race, you know, and life is at a frantic pace. You've got to make sure that you follow the golden rule. You know, I walked into a store, this is 30 years ago, I walked into a store and a man was wrapping a gift and he was using amber cellophane. It was a fruit basket. And I said, why do you use amber? He said, well, I can stick all my bad fruit in there and they'll never know. And I said, well, he won't be in business long, and the following year he was gone. So the customer will forgive you once. They'll forgive you a second time. But if you put products in that are stale, I'd rather see you take them home and you eat the stale products, because every time you send a gift out, you're sending out your best experience. And if you want to move a product, that's fine, but make sure it's always of good quality. You've got to set monthly goals. You've got to set quarterly goals. You've got to set yearly goals. Imagine that we were running like a race, and we started out front of the hotel, and we ran from the hotel down toward Center City. You know, and everybody's really, really excited. And they say, Tom, that's great. You know, down to Center City. After we get to Center City, where's the finish line? Now, just keep going up the Jersey Turnpike, you know, toward New York. Toward New York, yeah. Where's the finish line, Tom? Well, there's no real finish line. You just keep running. Well, how do I know if I'm going to win? If you set your goals on paper, if you decide before you leave this room today how many baskets you want to pack that were going to be sold for the Christmas holidays, on December 27th, when you're counting those numbers up, if you set a goal of 350 to 500 baskets and you reach that goal or you exceed that goal, you're going to feel good about yourself. You're going to feel, hey, here's what I did. Here's the goal that I set. Here's all of the energy that I put into it, and I actually sold 575 baskets. And you have gauges for next year. You should be recording all this information to make sure that you don't lose this information. Many times I'll call people and I'll say to them, how many gifts did you sell last year? And they'll say, well, I'm not really sure. I said, didn't you buy all the baskets? Yeah, I bought all the baskets. Well, you can either save all the invoices, or on September 1st, count every basket you have in the store. And on December 27th, count every basket you have in inventory and on the store. And subtract that number, and that's going to tell you how many baskets you sold, without you having to put it into a computer, without you having to do a whole lot. So there's a lot of things that you can do. No goals, no glory, no gold. I mean, it's as simple as that. Everything that you do in life obviously begins with thought. It goes from thought to a pencil and a pad. It goes from a pencil and a pad to a plan, to a goal, to a vision of what you want. If you don't have this, I'm going to tell you right now, your plans for success are not going to be a reality. Because if you have a vision of where you're going, there is spiritual energy that will pick up on that, and it will help. It'll open doors. You say, you know, dear God, send me a customer. Yes, I want to buy 100 gift baskets. Oh, you answered my prayer. How many of you in this room have asked for a request and said, here's what I need. Please do this for me. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But somewhere down the line, magically it just happens and you say, oh yeah, it really did happen. So divine providence plays an important part in what you're doing. Let me go to I want to go to gift building. Gift building over here on this side of the page, talking about the single gift. I want to talk to you about an oddity within the gift basket business that happens. Charles, bring me up that gold gift and then the one on the opposite side. I have to see. Is it, please pronounce your first name for me. Bunshi? Bunshin. Bunshin. All right, this one. And then see the other one, the flare top? On the other side, on the far left. That one, yeah. Okay, let me put this here, put this here. You're going to buy a gift for your mother, your father, your husband, a friend. You're going to go out to a gift store most often. You're not in the gift basket business. You just happen to be a consumer. Now normally you're going to go to a store and they're going to gift wrap the gift for you, and this is what they're going to do. And then you're going to give this to the person and they're going to say, Bunshin, is this for me? Yes, it's your birthday. Oh, thank you. Now, so the first surprise is that they receive the gift. Okay? The second surprise is when they open it. But with gift baskets, we do something different. With gift baskets, there's no surprise of the elements inside. What the customer is getting is they want to see what's inside before they purchase the gift. They don't want it to be hidden. Okay? This is really crucial because what you're doing now is all of a sudden the customer is seeing all of the components. All right? What I'm showing from my own point of view that gives some new energy is where we're just taking cellophane. Now this is the same exact box. Okay? Look at the presentation difference, okay? And all this is one piece of cellophane with some iridescent and a bow. And I'll take it apart and show you exactly what I did. Let me see. Charles, I'm going to give you a job to do. There's a white box over there. See if you can find me some pull bows. That's the only thing that I'm missing up here on the podium. Or else I'll have to use some of Joanne's and just make a bow. So at this point, what I have is I've just gathered the film up, and what I'm doing is I'm using Scotch tape to hold this up. And by using the Scotch tape, what this does is it adds a whole new perceived value. All right, so here we go back to this concept. So I have a box on the bottom, 3 boxes inside, which is nothing unusual, but what I've done is I've added that flare top. So I've gathered this up here, and then this is a whole different portion. Let me rip it apart. Now, if I gather all of this up, let me move this so everyone can see. If I gather this up, what happens is these all want to fall down. Yep. These all want to fall down. And they want to fall down because, they want to fall down because they don't have any strength. So I'm going to Scotch tape these up if necessary and do that. And this is going to keep everything up. And then what I'm doing is I'm coming back with a flare. And let me show you basically what I'm going to do, how I do the flare. Get my scissors here. Does anyone have a twist tie up here? Did anybody bring a twist tie? Yeah, twist tie. Give me a big one, please. Well, give me a small one. I'll deal with a small one. That is a small. I buried my twist ties in the. Yeah, I could do that. Now, I can do this in a single form, or I can do this in, for those of you who use the iridescent, you roll it up into a ball, like a snowball. Let me put this down here. And then I'll bring it out here. Pardon me?
That gives it the texture.
Yes. There we go, Charles. All right, put them back there. You know what long twist ties are?
Yeah.
Let's see if you can find some long twist ties. I knew I needed him up here on the stage for a reason. We've got to put this young man to work. Now, when I back this up against opposite colors, I certainly get much more of a better appearance. What's going to happen is this is going to get buried inside. But what I'm trying to do is just show you basically what we... Let me see if it won't work, I'll just use Scotch tape. Now, you want to always do this also on a very slippery surface. So all I'm doing is pleating the film in my hands. Everybody can see that? I'm pleating the film in my hands. And when I'm finished, I'm going to use the Scotch tape to hold it in place. And I'll crease it. And if I don't like the edge that I have, I can just come by and give it a cut. We have the maid coming in later today, so I don't really have to be neat today. All right, now, let me see if this twist tie will work. No, it's too small. All right, I'll use the Scotch tape. Now, the reason I use twist ties is because I can position the product. Once I get it up at the top, I can change. What the hell's that? I can change the position of the head. All right, now let me bring this up to show you exactly. Now, one of the questions earlier was, how do you keep this fluff up? Let me turn this around to show you the mechanics that I have here. All right, Joseph, can you get in real tight on this? So what I have here is I've made a bag, and I made the bag large enough. Let me take the scissors. I made the bag large enough so that I've gathered this up and I've twist tied it. All right. Now, again, once I have the wire, I can position it forward, back, sideways. If I do that with string or Scotch tape, it will not stay in position. So when I shrink this, I'm shrinking all of the product around it, but I'm not shrinking this. This is like a ponytail. This is like a mast of a ship. And this is going to hold this fluff up. So as you can see, what I did was, let me pull this off altogether so I'll show you. I have two pieces of fabric, and all I did was make handkerchiefs out of them with Scotch tape, and I bonded them to this. So here I've got the snowfall. I have no backing on it, but I've got the gold netting up there. Now I have another, I have starburst on it. So what I've done is I've gathered them in my hand, I've done the twist tie, come around here, bring it back at the top. And look at the difference. Now let me see if I can't. Look at the difference. If I put the bow up here, look at the difference in the gift. I mean, it's still good looking and it's tall, but adding this will give you that extra perceived value. How many of you try and photograph a gift with the shrink film on? Isn't it a pain? Okay. Here's your answer. Let me get, where did I put the, here it is, here. Let me put this back on. Turn it this way. See, for me to keep that up, all I need to do is take a small piece of this and secure it that way. And then I'll go through here, put the bow. About 20 years ago, I wanted to, my family's known for speaking, for talking long distance, you know, and our local library had a speech marathon, and I said, well, I just want to see how long I can talk. So you get a break every hour, you get an 8-minute break, and there was about 300 of us, and I talked for 4 days, 10 hours, 15 minutes, 13 seconds. I came in second. The woman who beat me, she came up to me and she said, son, next year you'll do better. I said, mother, next year I'm going to beat you. All right, so I'm going to Scotch tape this down. And when I do, I want to keep it in such a way so that it's not covering over the front. And now I'm going to show you the trick, and it's so simple. Let me get this out of the way here. For me to expose this so I get no camera glare, all I have to do is cut the front off. And this will totally eliminate, so you still have the wrap basket, you still have the fluff on the top, and now you totally eliminate, and if you want you can take it down by the bottom of the basket. Now I have to rewrap this, so that's the reason I'm doing it anyway. And we're going to pack it in front of you. So you can see, because it's just too difficult. There's two more things that you want to do. Actually, one more thing that you want to do. If you're shooting with an SLR camera, which is a camera that when you look through the viewfinder, what you see is what you're going to get. When you use that type of camera, you want to use either 160 tungsten, because 160 tungsten film corrects for color. If you do not use 160 tungsten and you just use regular standard film, then you have to put on a blue filter, because again, that blue filter will correct. So if you've gone out yourself and taken pictures and your baskets just look, why don't they look professional? It could be the camera, it could be the lens, it could be the film, and obviously it could be, could be this. Let me put this down here for now. So, we talked about single product. Now what I'm going to do is, Charles, where are you? Come on over 1 second. Let's put this in here. Sneak around the front and give me the basket that's right there. All right? Now, this is what I call just a low flat tray. It's quick and easy to do. But notice that it has a slant to it. Now remember when I did the big basket, the big Lion King gift, how I was talking about the stepped effect? I'm doing the same thing here. I'm adding a good bit of shred in the back and building that up. And when I build that up, I get a slant. Now, every one of you is seated and you're leaning back against your chair, except that gentleman right there. If I push the button, and Rick, if I push the button and I had the ability to knock your chairs backward, everybody would fall back. So, when I make a basket, I'm making a basket one-sided, so all of the products are showing one side, because I can get 20 to 30% more elevation and make the basket taller. Remember we talked about the customer wants to see this big gift for $19.95. So you're trying to make the gift as large as possible for that price. So showing the gift one way will give you the ability to do that. So by me having that backrest or backstop, I can build the products up in that step tone, and that's exactly what I've done here with this basket I've made. Now, let me take this apart. And let me put this over here because I'm going to get this out of the way here. Now, what I did here was, all I did was just make a much larger fluff and came back with gold mylar and did that fan on this one. You know, when we come to the candy show, we always know that we're dealing with some high spenders. So I said to myself, questions, $50, answers, $50. Isn't that fair? No, it isn't. That's not fair. 25, maybe 20. 25 is fair? 25 for questions? No. See that? See, $5 for questions, $5 for answers. Now trust me. $5 for questions, $5 for answers. Who has a question? Somebody has a question. Come on, somebody came here with a question. Now trust me now. Remember I said trust me? You have a question.
Well, I would have a question, except you had it listed here, so I assume you get to it.
You ask the question.
I have a lot of trouble with the extra large gifts,
Wrapping large gifts, that's the question. How do you wrap large gifts?
Right.
Okay. Is that a good question?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you how to do that later. But here's $5 for the question, and here's $5 for the answer. Wasn't that? Well, see, you didn't trust me. Had you said $50 is fine with me. Again, you see, you know what happens? You know, let me. This is not a finished gift, but did you ever see a customer come in the store? What do? First, they judge you. Ooh, clean floor, nice stock, doesn't have dust on it, doesn't look like this gift's been here for 9,000 years, you know, holy war. I mean, what happens is they come in and they case your store, and they look around, and they start to make judgments. See, you do the same thing when you go to other stores. You say, oh, 3 people in the back didn't say hello to me, didn't even greet me, you know? Now, these people have come. When I said to this lady here, I said, bring your credit cards. These people are coming with their money. They're coming to your store. Pay attention to them. If they're walking through your door, they're going to buy something, unless you create something that's going to make them go somewhere else. You're always busy. Everybody is busy. I can tell you right now, I talk with retailers all over the country. Everyone is working half days, whichever 12 hours they choose. You see? So and I know the same thing is with you. Everyone is working very hard, but you've got to pay attention to the customer, because once you have the relationship. So let's go back to the first step. I'm looking for a gift. Oh, this is a nice gift. Oh, yeah, let's see. $35. All right, now, I picked the wrong gift. Let me get a gift with some product ID. Here, Joanne, let me use this a second. Let me use this, because I'll show you the difference in the way the customer thinks. I mean, if I give you nothing today, I'm hoping that you'll go back with a different understanding. I ripped this apart. Let me put this over here. See, the customer has already preconceived what they're going to spend for the gift when they come into your store. They're positive. They know, I'm only going to spend $35 because it's just for my friend. She used to do favors for me. She used to babysit for me. And that's all I want to spend. Now, when first they pick the basket up. They go, this weighs 3.7 ounces. You know? I mean, they're all intelligent. This weighs so that's the first thing. I like the weight of this. This feels heavy. Aha! Nikki's Cookies, I know that name. And White Coffee, I know that name. And I don't know that company, but I know Willingham Manor. That's a name, and that's a beautiful box. All right. See, we're buying things based on vanity. Show of hands. Who has their Victoria's Secret underwear on? You see? And nobody else knew it until I asked. See, so we're trying to please. By the way, this morning, President Clinton said that the dress was not Monica's. It was his. So the customer's trying to find a reason to buy this basket. If they can find 5 reasons why they want to pay, why they'll spend $35, they'll buy this basket. Okay, now let's switch the story. So this was an older woman, 55, 60, 65. She has her husband who's providing a good income. She's got credit cards. She's got a nice, Chanel purse. And she says, now she comes to you 2 weeks later, and she says, Maria, I was here 2 weeks ago, and I bought that gift for my babysitter. I have a new granddaughter. And Maria says, ching, 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 ching. This lady is not going to buy a $35 basket. And Maria says, did you see our little rocking horse over here for $250? That's exactly what I want. You see, so the concept of that woman coming in before, she's basing her opinion and purchasing buyer on the fact that she only needs it for her babysitter. There's not a whole lot that you're going to be able to do to create her to move up in scale. But if it's a business gift and it's a gentleman, don't you see, everybody wants to do one-upmanship. Everybody wants to be a little bit better than, well, I know he got a gift from my competitor last year and I have to do. So she's come into your store and she says, my daughter would love this. Absolutely go bananas over it, because everyone wants to be the one who's talked about bringing the best gift. So again, we go back to the concept of the chair, the concept of the Lion King gift. If you have that celebrity gift on hand. Now, Ron, how many of these do you sell a year? At what price? He sells about 20 of these a year. Is that good?
We don't know, because we have such a variety as far as
Okay. All right. So what what we'd like to do is maybe give the people the source for the rocking chair, because I think that would be a good thing. So what I'm saying is, you do the same thing that your customer does when they walk into the store. They walk in and they go, yeah, I like that, I like that, I like that, sold. All right? But you have to assist them, and you've got to be telling them some of the value. It's a nice keepsake basket here. You could use this in your bathroom with towels, and this product here happens to be very good. And it's all part, obviously, of the sale. But in effect, when that customer comes in, the only reason that you're going to move them up in price is vanity. And if you can appeal to their vanity, you will appeal to the price point that you want to get to. Question? Ron, how much was that?
about right.
$250. Was that a good question?
Yes.
Robin, here. Good question. $5 for a question, $5 for an answer. You're welcome. I told you we were here about profit. Didn't I tell you? And that prompts questions. Okay. All right, let me take this apart. And really, there's nothing unusual about this gift. It's just that I was more or less trying to show structure than anything else. The one thing, let me pass this gift around. I want you to feel, Charles, come on up. This is the backrest concept that I was talking about. Pass this around, starting with that young lady there. I want you to feel how much filler and shred that's in here. So people, I'm sure at one time or another, everyone has packed a basket. You shrunk it the next day. The film has loosened up. Hasn't loosened up at all. Film has stayed exactly in the same spot. The product has settled into the shred. And just like when you sit in a down sofa, when you first sit, you're really high, and then your body compresses all that shred. Now, if you have a film that has memory, you can go back and reshrink that without a problem. And again, you want to do it very gingerly because the film is at its very peak of... So just feel how much shred that I have in here, because that's the same thing. Now, the other thing is... Question.
When you use the film, do you ever put anything else in it?
Yes.
Paper or
Yes, okay. I would almost say some people use newspaper, some people use a lot of shred, we have a product called Gourmet Times and Christmas Times, which is food trivia and the history of Christmas with Christmas trees and that. And we use that in the bottom so that it's not a negative value. They're not getting the Philadelphia Inquirer from 3 weeks ago, or just plain brown paper or whatever. It all depends on what you want to do. Now hold on, I have to give her some money. Wasn't that a good question?
You know what I'm going to do with my money?
What do you-
Buy product.
Oh, good. Bless you, my child. I don't know what that was. That's some sugar. Now, you had a question, so I don't
I
have...
was just going to say, I use the styrofoam pebble.
Okay.
They're my
Okay.
Yeah, they're free because I get them in product.
Anything that's free, obviously, is good. I mean, if you can do something, the question the answer I would give you as far as styrofoam is they shift on you. They shift.
Thank you.
Well, I just use none.
Okay, so if you use enough,
Yeah, and you have to make sure, and also, like she was saying about recycling them.
Right.
That also makes you come into the community. People know that you're doing it, that brings them into the shop, they drop them off, it's great. I mean,
okay, there's a positive way. There's a positive way. I only have one more paid question. I'll take all the, no, but she had.
I find a newsprint, you buy it in a big roll.
Yes.
And it's nice, and instead of using like someone takes paper sometimes when customers take.
Yeah, okay. They get their hands, exactly.
Any kind of get.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it's all up to individual choice, what you want to put in the bottom. If you're looking to reflect a different image, obviously, then you want to do something that has a little bit more creativity than just plain old newspaper. Someone else had a question in here. You had a question.
How do you handle soft wrap products so that they don't crack?
Okay, good. I'm glad you asked. Soft wrap products, like a towel,
Like a towel.
cardboard. A heavy piece of cardboard. Okay, when you have a coffee packet, what I want you to do is turn the top lip of the coffee pack all the way around to the back so that it's so tight that the air is now pushing out on it, and Scotch tape it in the back. So what happens is, see, in every potato chips, pretzels, whatever, you've got a certain amount of air chapped inside. So you can either use 1-inch or 2-inch Scotch tape and bring that lip of the top of the bag back around to the back and Scotch tape it there, and when you pull on it as much as you can pull, you will create air. That air is going to act like a balloon inside that bag, and it will give you the structure you're looking for. All right? Let's talk about this real quick. Anytime you have a soft product where you need some kind of form, all you're going to do is take a piece of cardboard and wrap that cardboard around the product, either with safety pins, here I've used Scotch tape or sticker doos or whatever, and staple it in, and that's going to give you form. But remember, if it's soft, when you go to shrink it, it'll bend. So it has to be firm enough. The same thing with a magazine. Every time you want to put a magazine in and you want to put it up in the top of the basket, taking a hard piece of cardboard, all that cardboard you throw out each day, take that cardboard, slide it in, and just Scotch tape the pages closed. The other thing is, for those of you who use bases of either cardboard or whatever, you can take a razor knife to all your cardboard boxes and make your own bases and just cover them in paper, gift paper, and charge the customer $1 or $1.50 every time you use a base like that, because you've got to spend the time and put the gift paper on it. Okay, here's my twist ties. Okay, that's good. All right, let me pack this back up real quick. Yes? Okay, here, I'll slide it. So the very front is very narrow. Let me take this out of here. The very front is low and the back is pitched. And I'm going to say, I think I have some Christmas times in there. All right? Now, I'm going to give you a real good example. Let me wrap this first. Then I'll give you a real good example of the so-called cellophane versus shrink film. It will, I think it'll give you a good example of what. Now, at this point, I haven't used any Scotch tape. And when you're doing a low flat basket, you really don't need any Scotch tape. And I'll bring this over here very quickly. And if I wanted to just wrap this, I'm not going to wrap it in what I call level 1, where you're using just the heat gun and Scotch tape. If I were doing that, I can bring the film out, bring the excess around to the back. I see a lot of people doing this. They do this. They have one person holding and the other person's doing that. You don't have to do that. What you want to do is just bring the film out and around the back and bring the back up so that all of the excess film is in the back of the basket if you don't have a sealer. So I'm saying if you're using just the heat gun and the film and that's all, make all of your folds in the back with Scotch tape. The Scotch tape is going to stay on the basket. The bottom of the basket is perfectly level. The film is there. And you don't have to ever Scotch tape, or you never have to pick up another basket in your life. I see 2 women doing this. One's holding and one's Scotch taping under the back. Just for speed, I'm going to put it in here and wrap it. Let me talk to you about cantilevered sealers and sealing wands. The difference between a cantilevered sealer and a sealing wand is, with the cantilevered sealer, the ones that are hinged, what happens is you always have to bring the product to the sealer. With a sealing wand, you only need to bring the wand using the fabric, and instead of me doing one at a time, I'm going to do two at a time, because I want you to imagine that I have two trays on the fabric. So I'd have another one over here, and then I'm going to come back over here and seal off. Joanne, you have that sealing block. Let me borrow it a second. Whenever we want to raise the surface of the film to make a seal, this happens to be running just slightly short. So I'll put the sealing block under there, and then I'm going to bring it over here, and I'll make my seal. Now, this may be a religious mortal sin to you, and normally I would use this. My 2-inch tape back here? Do you have some 2-inch? Ah, there it is. Okay. I'm winding up short. I'm just a hair short. I've got a little tiny hole over here, all right? But I've got 200 more baskets to make, and I'm just an inch or two short on the film. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to take and close that seam up with that tape. Now, can anyone see the tape? Okay, all right. Let me tell you about your customer. See, you want to be perfect. I applaud you for being perfect. But when you have 250 baskets to do, and there's 3 more days to Christmas, and you're laying under the table, and you can't see what the hell's going on, don't be perfect. You don't have to be perfect. All right? So what I'm going to say is come back. Let me put this over here for Joanne. I'm going to place my Lazy Susan here, bring this around, and I'm going to show you how to do a dog ear. I've got a couple dog ears here. We'll talk about that, because a lot of people, most often people want to attack the dog ears or the corners first. You want to do that last. All right? Question.
Is it possible to shrink with just the heat gun?
Yes. Yeah. Now this is what I was saying. I would normally do Scotch tape back here. I can just shrink with the gun, which is the second step. The first step is always to make a bag. We're always normally making a bag, all right? And I'll show you the next step when we go to the small sealer. So if we make a bag, we put the product in the bag. We always make the bag off of the product. We never make the bag with the basket inside. It'll take you 3 times as long. So I'm going to wrap this gift, Scotch tape the excess around the back, come back and shrink it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll come back here, and this is a dog ear, so I'll stay away from that. I'm going to shrink the bottom. And any large amount of film I'll stay away from. And the reason I want to stay away from is because I want to get it as tight on the basket as possible. And before I do that, come back and come underneath. Now, Ron, I need you to hold this for me so everyone can see, all right? Just hold it right there. There you go. All right, now, what I want to do, this is the dog ear. So I'm going to hold the dog ear out, and I'm going to shrink around it. And see, it looks like a balloon. See what happens? So what we're doing is, and let me do this one over here. Oh, let me do this one right here. Okay? So I'm going to shrink all the film around the dog ear first. Get it all done. See how it looks like a balloon? And then look, it's almost invisible. So let me finish. And this one over here. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling on it and letting it go, and it snaps in, and then I'm going to just come back and press on it. Now, when you see the film sort of where it has more, maybe some what I call fish eyes, or it doesn't look like it's really crystal clear, you haven't taken the film down far enough. Now, for those of you who are out in the audience who are novices, if you use a hairdryer will only shrink the film down to a certain point and it'll stop, and it won't give you all the control. So this will shrink 50% in both directions. All right, now, here's what happens when UPS gets your basket. And they say, where's this going, Chicago? where, oh, you want to send it through Louisville? No, I think it normally goes where it doesn't, FedEx goes through Memphis. Now let's see, do I want to send it? No, I'll send this to the post office, and then the post office will get it, and they'll give it to their people. And by the time this gets to your customer, it looks like a dog's breakfast. All right? You know, and especially if you're sticking silk flowers in the back. Now, so if you're delivering your own gifts, you can use cellophane, and you can get by with your son or your daughter delivering, or a young person. But once you get into a professional delivery system, where someone is now handling your deliveries and they really don't care what's inside the box, you now have a problem. All right? So what we do is, first we give it to FedEx. See, they take it, they send it to Pittsburgh. Then from Pittsburgh, that goes to Chicago, and from Chicago, it goes on to Denver. Then they find out it's the wrong address in San Francisco, and they throw it all the way back. So that's the reason you need shrink film. You don't have to shrink every gift, but when you need the professionalism of holding the product in place, there's the difference. There are 3 gauges of shrink film available in the market. There's 75. Anything under 12 pounds, you really only need 75. 100 gauge is what is normal, and when you're getting into really heavy gifts, you're really talking about 150 gauge. Let me put this over here. Yes, here, in fact, here, let me pass it around. So, and let me just touch on one more thing about the tape. If you blow the seam out, you know, again, we go back to perfect. Oh, I've got a hole. Oh, what do I do now? Oh, you get a piece of tape, you know, you get a piece of tape. Let me show you. You know, this may be funny. Let me get my gold Mylar over here. Here, I'll take a little bit of this and my sticker doos. Let me get some sticker doos. You have to understand something about the customer. The customer does not know what you're doing. If they see it and they like it, it makes no difference if you do something unconventional. So here you are in your workroom, working very hard. Oh, I got a hole. Oh, all right, I'll make a hole over here. Okay? Now, how am I going to solve that problem? Well, let's see. I'll come back over here, take my little sticker doos. See? Peel that little sticker doo off of there. And put that near the hole, and by the hole. And normally I would use the Mylar or something a little bit heavier. These are great for Halloween, you know. You know? Now the customer comes in and says, I've never seen a basket like that. Because you're using your creativity. So I'm saying, you know, when you make a mistake, listen, honestly speaking, how many women 10 years ago would think to wear combat boots and fishnet? Do you know why these designers have reached this point? They've run out of ideas. They don't know. They're saying, what are we going to do? And they see some young 30-something unmade bed walking down the street with combat boots and stockings, and they say, that's it, let's try it, see if it works. It worked. Not for me, but it worked. Here, let's pass that around. There we go. This is the pixie dust. Since we have so many chocolate people, Charles, bring up that little basket right over there. And bring both of them. They're both candy baskets. Because I want to touch on those. And Joe, if you'll get a close-up. Now, let's talk about candy chocolate that melts under heat. And when we introduce heat to the film, you're going to get a melt. If the chocolate touches the film and you heat the film in that area, you're going to get a melt. Now, let me take this one apart and then I'll wrap it for you using the small sealer. And basically, what I've done is I've created a mound in here. And you'll notice that I have almond crunch on the very top of the basket. And the reason I have the almond crunch on the top is because I want to create a tent. Think of a tent poles that's holding the tent up so that everything underneath the tent is not touched. So all I want to do with a basket like this, a gift like this, is I just want to make sure that I can keep some of the film off of the chocolate. So think of making a football effect with shredded material. I put that inside. I put some gold, shimmering gold underneath it. I'm using candy cups so I don't have contact with the chocolate from a sanitary point of view. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a piece over here. Let me take my scissors. And let me pass this around, because I didn't shrink this one. This is just celloed. Charles, here, pass this around. So that's just celloed. So I mean, if you want control, if you need control, and you need to shrink, I'll come back over here. Talking about one of the chapters in advertising, I was walking down, and that advertising is so crucial today. Everything that we do has to do with advertising. I was walking down the street past a Methodist church, and you know how they have these little windows, these little sign things that have a little roof on them, you know, and they have all the messages of when their services are. And the pastor had said, if you're tired of sin, come in. And in lipstick on the right-hand side, it said, if not, call Gloria at 246. Sex. Okay, now, what I've done, and I have too much film because the basket's much smaller, I've made an elongated piece of the film. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the top piece underneath, under the handle, and let me get my Scotch tape. Where did I put? Here it is. Here. I got it. Here it is. This is good. I need to lock the corners up. I need to lock the corners up. Now, what I have to do is I'll take, and this, any scrap I'm going to put into a scrap box. I'm not throwing this away, all right? What I'm going to do now is I'll take the small sealer, put this on the Lazy Susan, take the small sealer, and I'm going to use this in what we call a half trim motion. I'm going to seal with the jaw and pull with my fingers. So I'll go in, I'll give myself some clearance so I'm not real tight, because if you try and get in real tight with the sealer, then what will happen is you won't get a good kissing effect. Now the Scotch tape is going to help me, because the Scotch tape that's holding the two pieces together around the handle is going to ensure that the other side doesn't come loose. So what I've done is, see, I've sealed it here and here. We have a little tiny hole here coming around, and I'll do the same exact thing there. When I shrink this, I'm not going to shrink the top at all. I'm going to stay away from the top. Now, this gun has training wheels. It has a number 1 which will not burn a hole. It'll shrink the film, but it will not burn a hole. So I can get in fairly close. And when I start to direct the heat up here, notice I don't have the heat showing on the chocolate. I'm going to keep it away from the chocolate. Let me get some more power. Now, I've got a good bit of excess film on the top. And what I want to do is I want to take it and roll it down toward the handle and just take a little bit of Scotch tape, because I don't want the candy to be rolling around or swimming in there. I want it to be nice and tight. I'll do that on both sides. And again, you cannot see the tape. And when your customer looks inside a gift, they're not looking at the packaging. They're not looking at the clear cellophane, the clear shrink film. They're looking into the gift to see what it is that they're going to be able to eat, or what it is the recipient's going to be able to eat. Charles, here, take this around. So I've only heated the bottom and the sides and left the, yeah, pass it, let everybody grab a hold of it. Let me see.
That they want to ship, but a lot of the feature items that you want to show are glass.
Okay, good question. Did we have, Deb, did we have that bubble pack? What did we do with the bubble pack? No? Okay.
It looks ugly though when you wrap it around.
But ugly is control. Okay, question is, what do I do when I have a lot of jars in a gift and I have to ship it to California? And I don't want to worry about UPS, FedEx, or the post office. You're going to take any jar, mustard, sauces, whatever, and I'm going to wrap it in a piece of bubble pack. And it's not going to look good. But what you're going to do is you're going to ensure that it gets there. Imagine that if you don't do this, it's a $50 basket. Now, I'm going to tell you how to lose money. $50 basket goes to California, they open it and they go, oh, that sauce ruined everything. Call Joe and tell her that her basket arrived broken. You've now created two problems. First problem is you're never going to get paid for the first basket. Second problem is the customer is saying to you, how could you possibly do such an unprofessional thing? You know, this basket, you know, I mean, look at all the crazy things that are going to happen to this basket. So it doesn't look good, but you need a note. And the note is going to say to our recipient, we had to ensure that this was going to arrive in perfect condition. So to do that, we wrapped the bubble pack around the individual bottle. Now, I can tell you right now, it doesn't look nice to you. But when they open it and they find out that everything arrived in good shape, you don't have to make a second basket because they're going to want to send a second basket to replace the first basket. So now you've lost all of your profit and you've caused ill will with your customer. So follow my advice. Now, some people do it, some people get away with it, you know, but I'm saying when you're dealing with glass and you're dealing with bottles, you don't know how thick that vinegar bottle is. And when it cracked, it'll make your basket smell. Yes, I'm going to come to you.
All you have to do, I do exactly what you said, but I take Mylar and I wrap it in Mylar because we have a local basket we do with all
Okay.
the glass jars.
All right.
It just makes presentation.
They are. Or do it in bubble pack and then wrap it in a decorative paper or gift or whatever. Yes.
Couldn't you wrap the whole basket in bubble wrap?
You can. You don't have to because it's the individual. See, the boxes, remember I said to you, a customer will forgive the first sin. Bang! The box is bent, but the product inside is still good. See, so they'll forgive because they say, oh, this came from FedEx, it had to be shipped all the way across the country, it obviously got a little jostled around. They'll forgive that, but you won't forgive a broken product. So, as this young lady is saying, besides wrapping it in the bubble pack, wrap it in a decorative material so that you can, you know. Let me pull this out. Yes, question?
When you ship your basket, what do you ship them in? How are they packaged in the box?
Okay, I'm going to guess that a lot of people will use peanuts, bubble pack, heavy corrugated paper, newspaper. What do you normally do?
Well, we use a variety of things. We've been in business 14 years, so we kind of get different things.
Okay.
Right now we usually, you have to be careful with the styrofoam because when you put them in there, you have to have something around it.
Yeah,
I don't like
because
that.
they become magnetic to the gift. They
Yeah.
fly around, and pretty soon the customer has all the stuff on their hand, and
We
you know.
use colored tissue around it.
Okay.
Floral
All
colored
right.
tissue, and then put the styrofoam peanuts in. I'm still looking to do another thing because we just do so many baskets.
All right. What you need to do is to put some cushioning in the gift first, okay? And then once you put your cushioning in, then put your basket in, then come back in with heavy brown paper or heavy paper at the corners, okay? As long as your corners are secure, all right? Now, when you get to the top, you need to either have some pieces of cardboard coming across that are going to keep the shoulders in place. If you can do that with 2-inch tape, you know, or just packing it with just paper. But when you get to the top, you don't have to push this guy down. Make sure that you have a basket, you know, a box that's big enough that's going to give him his head up here, and just pack everything around here. What you can do with a bow, to keep a bow from collapsing, just take some tissue and put some of the tissue inside, or take some kind of a collar and do a protective collar with it, you know. Here's something that I like to do on the outside of a basket. These are loose candies. I'll take maybe a 4 or 5 inch piece of Scotch tape, and I'll put one piece of candy on it, then another, then another. I'm making a candy cluster. And what I'll do is I'll put this on the outside of the gift with some cosmic stardust, and it gives a nice effect. Let me put this up here. Take this off. Let me go back to my program here. So we're talking about the simple basket. We did that. The easy, the gift. This is a little bit more difficult. And here we have, again, I have that backrest concept. The backrest concept. And you can use just cardboard. Now, Charles, let me just have that. This doesn't have to be a box in here. This could be a piece of cardboard wrapped in gift paper if you want. And today, Some people won't even need to wrap it. They'll just use plain old cardboard, as long as it doesn't have marks on it, as long as it doesn't have, you know, disfigurement. Yes, question in the back?
I was going to say one of the greatest things that I invested in was a shredder, and to use all your magazines and things that
There you go.
come down.
Was it like an office shredder or a bigger, a little bit more expensive shredder?
It was no, it's your basic office shredder, but to stuff packages, it works great.
Right, okay. I know of a company who does a lot of baskets, and that's exactly what they have. They have a professional shredder, and that shredder will just cut up the paper for them, and they use that as their beginning filler, and then they'll come back over and dress up the top. Charles, I'll give that to you. You can put that over there. Let me take this apart. Put that over there. What I did was I took some, you know, little reindeer bells and wired them together and put those around the neck of this little fellow. And almost everything that I have in here is it's just either forced in one way or another, or just sort of sitting in there. It's not necessarily, all right. Now, here's my backrest. These are all either Scotch taped together or they are sticker-dewed together. So, talking about that side view, all right, and here's where I'm going to lay everything back against this gift. And I could make this gift even higher. Look, I've got a shelf here that I can use, and I've got another shelf here that I could add another 2 or 3 boxes going up using the Scotch tape. So let me turn this around this way to the camera. All right, so these are fairly loose in here. So if I want to secure them, obviously all I need to do is to get some Scotch tape. How many of you, show me some hands, how many flunked kindergarten? Anybody? Do you know the reason why your blocks would fall down? Very simple. Let me put this up here a second. Let me put the TV up here. I hope everybody's going to be able to see it. Rick helped me. Let me put this down. Well, this is okay. You're all right with that, aren't you? And I'm in Dallas, Texas at the Dallas World Trade Mart, and I'm building a very big basket, and I'm using black tape to show people how I've mounted this basket. And the basket is about this big, and it's got liquor bottles and wine bottles and everything in. And I don't even think let me pop this other video out, okay? Yep. So what I'm doing, tell you what, let me see if I can't put this up so everybody's going to be able to see it. Diane, give me a little more leeway with the plug. Let me see if I can't get this up. It's only a few seconds, but it's critically important. So everybody can see it. Let's do this. All right.
So, this product is
Can you see?
right there. This product is sitting on the edge of the basket, but also, if you can see, here, I've locked this box and that box together in a V. All right? And I've taped them together, front to back, and I've used heavy 2-inch tape.
For those of you who can't see, it says the 11th commandment.
Are forbidden to use Scotch tape.
How'd that get in there? Okay. Called a prop change. For this young lady out here, we're going to wrap this chair. And if you want a seat in it, we'll wrap you. Okay. All right. So a lot of times people will say, oh, I don't use Scotch tape. I would never use Scotch tape. You know, if you put a small note in the basket that says, to eliminate damage to the basket products, just simply cut in between the tape and you take the products apart. Have you ever seen a consumer devour a basket? They don't care about the Scotch tape. They're not saving this for, you know, this is not a collector's item. You know, once they get into it and eat it, it's going in the trash. So a little tiny rip. Now, if you're concerned about a really good product, you know what I'm saying, that some expensive packaging, then hey, if you want to, you know, fix it in such a way that you're not going to, you know, damage it. So I'll use both Scotch tape and sticker deuce, and I'll interface these together. And each time I do this, now, so my first pressure point here is back here. This box is my first background box, and I've Scotch taped it to the handle. Anytime you have a handle basket, you can build on that basket. It'll make things. Then I've come back in with some Jelly Bellies, and then some over here, some golden walnut, and some Sherwood's products over here. So there's my backrest. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in here, put that in there. Now look what happens when I press down on that. See how it doesn't spring back too much? So when you go home, press down on your baskets. If they sink down without responding and coming back like a rubber band, you don't have enough filler in there. You need more. I'm going to say that most people need at least another 40 to 50% on filler, just on the top now. I mean, you're going to fill the bottom with some kind of an inexpensive filler, but your shredded material as far as that goes. We'll put this in here like that, and again, I can either use a sticker due or just a little piece of Scotch tape. All I want to do is just get it in there until I can get that there, like that. Get that in there like that. So go over here. So, you know, a lot of people say, well, gee, you use so much Scotch tape. I do when I'm building something as large as that, I'll need some Scotch tape. But if I tilt that basket back, sometimes I really don't need to. Let me put this, I can put this in the middle. Whenever I have a hole somewhere and I need to fill in, that's what I'm going to use that for. Come back up, put this in right like this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bag for this. I'll go over here. Let me take and put this down. Charles, take this away for me. Come back over here. You can put it over on that table. Now, let's assume that I don't have this material in front of me and I don't have the dispenser, and all I have is basically the small sealer and the film. All right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the small sealer and I'm going to go along the edge of the film, and all I'm going to do is sort of staple it. This is called a simple seal. And when we do a simple seal, we wind up with sort of a ragtag curtain type edge because the film is heat sensitive, and that's what we're going to get. But that'll shrink down nicely. If I want to do more of a professional seal, what I'll do is I will go in and use the table as a guide, hold the film in place, and then rip the film away. And every time I rip it away, I have to overlap my seal. And then if I want to eliminate a dog ear, all I have to do is just turn the corner. So now, on this side I've got a corner, which I could have taken off, and this side I have a rounded ear, so I've eliminated the dog ear, so I don't have to be shrinking that. So now I'm going to come back over, and you know what I'm going to need? Just a piece of string. If you would give me just some curling, a length of curling string, Diane. Now I'm going to bring this over. Put it in. Now I didn't do a flare tack on this one because I had this little reindeer fella. And I'm going to roll the bag forward. That means the bottom or the center fold of the film, instead of being in the exact center of the basket, is going to be toward the front of the basket. And the reason for that is, look at where the bag is going to end up. All right, look at the, I'm going to show, here's where it would normally end up, but I want it back here. And the reason I want it back here is I don't want it to take away from the product in the front. So now I'm going to come back in, and what I can do is take a sticker due. Here, let me take this chair away. I'll put that there. Take a sticker due. And again, anytime I want to bond something that has a little bit more weight to it, I'll use a sticker due. and stick that there. And this way I can get this fellow's rear end seated correctly. So I have to tell you the story about during the Gulf War, there were 3 American businessmen who were walking along the Red Sea. And as they walked along the Red Sea, they were in their stocking feet, you know, sometimes they were walking in the water, sometimes they weren't. One of them finds he's come across something in the sand. He doesn't know what it is, and he looks at it, and he grabs a hold of it, pulls it out of the sand, and as he's wiping the sand off, it turns out to be a genie's lamp. As he's wiping the sand off, a 100-foot genie comes out of the bottle and looks down on these 3 billionaires and said to them, "You're very lucky today because I'm going to grant you one wish, but I want you to be very careful as to what you wish for, because when you're finished, I have to give you what you wished for." So, the first man says, "Well, I have everything I want. There's really not, I want wisdom. I want understanding. I want enlightenment. I want to be able to make good decisions for my company and my employees." So, waves his hand, and immediately you can see this new enlightenment coming out of his eyes, and he's really enlightened. So he goes to the next man and he says, "What would you like?" And the next man says, "Yes." He said, "But I want to be 25 times smarter than that guy." Genie waves his hand again, and immediately you see a new aura about the man. So now he comes to the last man, and the last man's very greedy. The last man says, "Yes." He says, "I know exactly what I want." The genie says, "What would you like?" He says, "I want to be 100 times smarter than both of those." And the genie said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes." The genie said, "I now pronounce you a woman." That was good, wasn't it? Right, Joanne? Tell him over there. Tell him about that. Okay. What I want to do here is I don't want to shrink this, and if I wanted, I could have given a flare to this. If you look over at the baby gift that I had, Charles, just bring it over and just walk it in front of the audience for these people. I'll shrink this down real quick. The baby gift, that one right there. Now turn it around so it's going to face out. Turn it around. All right, just walk it in front. Hold it in front of your body like this. You've got it. That's it. Now just walk in front of everybody. So I'm going to start to shrink this down. I have a really big dog ear over there. And again, I'll start my shrinking in the back. When you're dealing with plush animals, you've got to really be careful, because what happens with plush animals is their fur is synthetic. So if you go in and try and shrink very close to their fur, you've got to either use a piece of cardboard, or you've got to do something to keep the film from heating the fur. And this way, what will happen is you'll keep from shrinking the fur. Now you can see we pretty well got that more down. Now I'm going to go under the basket, shrink the rest of it underneath. Okay. So at this point, let me come over here, put the bow on, and since I've got the other candy on the inside, I'll put these on the outside.
Tom, did you
Yes.
the stuffed animal right down on the sticker do?
I'm sorry. Yeah, of the fur. Yeah, and that'll peel right off. No, it'll peel right off, yeah. That won't be a problem. Let me get a new sticker do here. All right, just put it back over on the table. Did everybody see, did you take it in the back? Take it up the side aisles and take it in the back? Did he do a good job? Yeah. Charles, you're doing a great job. Good job. Okay, I bring this around here. Put this guy right like that. All right, Charles, do the same thing with this guy. All right. Now, you can see that this is the crudeness. Remember, I didn't seal off the edge. I sort of was just doing a clamping concept. That's what you're seeing here with that crudeness. All right. Put that over there. All right, let me do now. Any questions? Some more questions? Question, yes.
Where'd you get the Humpty Dumpty?
I honestly will say that I got it at probably one of the stores as I travel around. I think if you look through, you know, some of Applause or Grunt or some of those different companies, you'll find that product there. All right, now let me take this guy apart so that another question.
Would you use that, what do you call that folding stuff, shred?
This or
The shred mylar.
the shredded? Okay.
All year long or only at Christmas?
No, you know, think of dressing yourself. We're in the food fashion business. You're in food fashion. It makes no difference, you know, depending on the theme. The theme is really going to dictate what you're going to use. If you're going to use a gold and a black concept where you're using maybe I think I had, let me see if I have that around here. I had a little gold box. What I'll try and do, when I want to pick up a theme sometimes, did you see Diane, was it Diane? No, it was We're All Nuts. The girls did the Phillies gift, okay? They did a really nice Phillies gift, and what they did was they took some of the pages from the program and they wrapped, using just like gift paper, and they wrapped the pages. So here's a Sports Illustrated gift. So if you wanted to make a macho sports gift using Michael Jordan or someone local, all you need to do is to get that program, cover the product over, and then start to use some of the different knickknacks and some of the souvenirs that the team sells through licensed products, and you can make a gift similar to that. So basically I'll do the same thing. Anytime I want to theme a gift, that little tiny basket, what did I do with that little tiny basket that I had all the, is it up front? No, I guess okay, he may have taken it over there. If I'm doing something for a baby boy or a baby girl and I need to see pink and blue or white, you know, newborn colors, and all the products that I'm using are not, then I'm going to wrap those individual products. All right. Now, sometimes people will say, "Well, what's inside?" What you can do is just wrap the front of the product, leave the back of the product showing what's in the box, and at least the products in the back will show you exactly what is inside. Another thing that you want to do, and this is important, worth writing down, dating your basket. And you want to put the date of the basket in reverse on the price sticker. So today is 8/9/2190. Means nothing to the customer, but you're doing this in reverse. But when you look at it, you know that this basket was made September 12th. So on December 29th, you know this is getting questionable, that you don't really want to sell this basket. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. Another thing that you can do, let's say for a gentleman, who happens to be a banker or in the market, using the Wall Street Journal, which is going to cost you $50, $75, or $1, using that to wrap your boxes. And using, Harry London has $100 bills, some of the different companies have gold bullion, the gold coins. That's always good for a business gift, from that point of view. Let me start to take this apart. Pull this off, put that down there. Any more questions? Give me some more questions. Let's see.
When you have someone come into your store and you want to custom gift it,
Okay.
put it all together,
Good.
how do you jump in with profit?
Aha. Good question. I was going to cover that, but I'm glad you asked. Okay. All right. Let's assume it's December. All right, question, I'm sorry. She's talking about custom baskets. She said, how do you control your profit when you're making a custom basket? See, the customer's now looking into your business, and they're going to see how you mark up your product. And this is your store. I play by my rules. Here are my rules. I have them up there. We stop making custom baskets on December 15th. After that, we just don't do it, unless it's a customer that gives you a lot of business. And if you want to lay on your knees on the 22nd of December and still do baskets, you take that order for 50 custom baskets. Because every time you do a custom basket, you must figure out your markup, what's going to go into it. You have to pull the product off the shelf, take the stickers all off. So you're adding 20 to 30 new functions to that individual custom basket. So here are the rules. We love to do custom baskets. If you only knew how excited we get when you come in, but here are the rules. We add 30% to whatever you select. See, they think Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and Tinkerbell are all working in the back room for you for peanuts. And you know you're paying insurance, medical benefits, you're doing all this extra. The lights, you know, no one puts the lights on until you pay the bill. So the customer has to understand, here are the rules. And the rules are, in my store, we'll do a custom basket for you, but you bring me the basket, the products that are going to go inside, because see, when they pick products out, they're not picking them out with you figuring that this is all going to work. They're bringing you such a conglomeration of sizes and thicknesses and widths that you're going to spend a few minutes saying, how's this puzzle going to go together? See, so having, and one of the ways that you can eliminate custom baskets is to have 15 baskets on display at all time, looking good. See, women, you're going shopping for a dress, and you go into the store, you get into the store, and you see your size in front of you, and there's this whole rack of clothes. And you are size 8, and you go to the rack, and there's 3 dresses in your side. You go like this, you go, I don't like that, I don't like that, I'm out of here. See, so the customer walks into your store, you're doing baskets, and you don't have a good supply on display, they're going to say, is this company really a basket company, or are they just selling a few baskets with other products, okay? So the more baskets you have on display, the more choices you give the customer, the less they have to deal with asking for a custom basket. Yes?
Does that 30% apply even when they come in with an armload of stuff that they bought?
No. Well, if it's product that you are not selling, that's acceptable. They cannot bring you product that you're selling.
They don't come in your store with.
No, that's you're not playing the rules. Yeah, no, the rules of the game go like this. Then okay, let's assume I come in with $75 worth of product and the basket, and I say, is it Aurora? Aurora, would you be an angel and pack this? And you say, well, let me just see now, hold on. You've got 15 boxes. You know, the basket isn't really that big. It's not going to hold all this product. And it's going to probably take me about 35 to 40 minutes to do it. I'll charge you $35. Now, there's an up and a downside. You say, I'll charge you $5. The woman's absolutely elated. You're losing money. She's elated because you're doing it for $5. You're charging her $35, and now she says, oh, that's more than I really wanted to spend. You say, well, ma'am, I charge $15 an hour for my time. So I have to, and that's making my own basket. You're asking me to do labor for you where I'm not making a profit. So I'm going to charge you $35. You don't even have to tell her how much you're making. You're saying, I have to pay for the lights. And I'm just standing here waiting for you to come by with all these products that you bought at a supermarket. You see what I'm saying? So you have to say to the customer, hey, I'm in business to make a profit just like you are, and please don't take me for granted. So the answer to the question is, one sign that says we don't take baskets after December 15th. Because what happens is you open the door to too many pickers coming in and saying, I want this and I want that. Then, and I'm going to talk about markup because we haven't gotten to markup. You're closing the door and saying, if you want it, order it on November 30th, December 1st, December 5th. Don't come in here with 15 or 20 custom orders on December 15th and expect me, because I already got orders in-house, all right? The other thing is, when you have that sign, you've got to make sure that you're going to charge that extra 30%. Then you're not too bad. All right, you can put that on that table over there. All right, now, let me show you. There's not too much Scotch tape used in this basket except around the back. Let me take this out, because what I did was, just to save time, I already made the bag for this. No, I didn't make the bag. All right. What I'm doing here, let me take the front apart. Take this apart. Put this down there. And again, I'm just packing and stacking. Show Shred. I think I have a little piece of Scotch tape here to hold this little guy in here. See, so look at what I'm packing on top of. I'm packing solid things on top of solid things, and as I go up, I'm getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And look at this handle right here. Here's really what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you the handle that's supporting this box right here. When I bring this around the back, all right, look at all of the product that I have back here. Here's my foundation box. Without that box going all the way down to the bottom of the basket and me putting excess shred in there, and locking it in so hard that if I turn that basket upside down, nothing is going to move. If that moves, I haven't put enough filler in the bottom. It has to be, that box has to be secure because it's going to travel a great distance. So my next box is, I put Monica's products here, and then a smaller box of Asher's, and we've got the Jelly Bellies over here, some Venus. So I'm just filling in. And it doesn't have to be any which way. But one of the things that you're going to see from We're All Nuts, what she does is she'll use a cardboard platform, and she'll just use boxes and tape them one way or another to, you know, to get the gifts together, and then she'll either wrap them in cellophane or shrink film, depending on how she wants to put them together. So if you can see, here's my backrest that I'm looking at, right like that. And you can see how it's being supportive. And I could have put another box if I wanted. I could have put another box back here going up and another box up here to really make a giant billboard. And again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make this big gift that's going to, you know, work for the customer. Put that in there like that. So it doesn't have to be a Scotch tape basket is what I'm trying to say to you. You know, just little pieces. Sometimes, you know, I see people using a ton of Scotch tape. Much more than they normally would, and these are very strong. The sticker-doos are extremely strong. When you want to bond something, you can cut them in quarters if you want, or just cut them in half. But when you get to the top where you need a little bit more security, someone had asked, let me see, we had some questions from the audience, and I'm trying to remember. Oh, I know. The one question was using a plant inside a basket. Where did the little candy basket get to? Right there. The little tiny candy basket, the handle basket. The other one. Here. Is it over there? All right, just give it to me a second, and I'll show you in scale. What we're going to do is we're going to take an empty pot. We'll take an empty pot, and I'm going to put the pot in the center of the basket, and I'm going to build all my product around the pot. And then I'll build the product up to the pot. Now I have an empty pot there. Then I'm going to come back and wrap it, shrink it, cellophane it, or whatever. And if I shrink film it, then after I shrink it, I'm going to be able to come back with a scissors and cut into it almost like I'm making a pie shape out of the film. So that the film, the cutting edge is going to go right to the edge of that container. Now I take a full pot with plant, flower, green, or whatever, and I put it in there. And add the bow and add some more decoration. So that's the way I can do it with either a tray or a handle basket. Or let's say if I wanted to do it here, I would have not put this box in here, and I would have put a square container in here. And then put the empty product in, and then shrink wrap the whole thing, come back and cut it open. Now, once you shrink the film, if you want to cut it and rupture it, for you to keep it from going any further, you only have to take a piece of Scotch tape and put it where it's been cut to keep the run from going any further. And that'll stop the film from running. With cellophane, you can do that with cellophane too, it'll hold. But shrink film is going to hold considerably better. So now, let me come back here, and I better put a piece here, and let's put that there. And this guy we're going to put up here. And let me put some, I don't want to put too much tension on that red box because it has, it doesn't have a good bit of stability. So I'll take these two pieces, two sticker-doos, and just put it on there just enough to keep it from moving, all right? And look, this one's loose in the back, so I'm going to come back here, do a little tape there, and if I want, I can sticker-do this right here. Put that up there like that, okay? So then I'll come back with my filler, And let's talk about silk flowers inside the basket. Whenever you're putting any kind of a silk flower, you want to find an alcove. You want to find something where you can get the flower in so that it's not going to be pressed down by the film. And if you can hide it in there, not necessarily hide it, but I'm saying put it in, when you get the film on it, as long as it's pressing flat as opposed to bending it, you know, you're all right. All right, let me go and let me put this over here. Well, let me put it over here so you can see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bag, and then I'll wrap that chair. Put this over here. Any kind of a wand that you have is a sewing machine in your hand. This will make a 24-inch seal in 2 seconds. Okay, now I have my bag. Now if I want, and I do want to cut my dog ears off. First I'm going to let the bag drop on the floor. Many years ago, 30 years ago, I get a call from a fella in San Francisco, and he says, "Do you sell shredded grass?" I said, "You know, I really should. I don't sell shredded grass." About a half hour later, I get another call. Guy wants to know, what's shredded grass? I said, it's Easter grass. As it turns out, the first fellow was selling marijuana. His wife had a basket business. So he was calling me to find out if I had shredded grass. The FBI was tapping his line, and they thought there was a new product on the market called shredded grass. I started to sell it, you know, immediately. Okay, I've got my bag. Where'd I put it? Over here. Any more questions? Yes?
So in order to stack baskets like you're doing, you have to be setting soft
I would use them on the top. If I had a soft product, I'm always going to use them on the top because I just don't want to. You can't build, it's like building on a pillow. And you can do it, but you're not building with any stability. So if I were, I mean, this is a soft, here's a soft product. This is, you know, there's not a lot of holes, you know. Let me have, all right. So remember what I was talking about? Look at, here's the air. So I'll bend this over. What I want to do is crease it, or do it from the bottom. You can do it from the bottom or the top. But what I want to do is I want to make it in such a way that I'm tightening up the air so that the air is going to press out against it. Normally I wouldn't do it with this product because it's just too small. There's not a need. But see, now I've got, here I'm going to throw it to you if you don't mind. All right. You have more stability there than you have, I'm sorry? Large fruit basket? Okay, the concepts of what I'm doing are basically the same for fruit baskets. The only difference is I would probably be running tape around the entire ring of fruit to hold it in place. Now, the lower, obviously, and you've been doing it for a while, I'm sure, the lower the radius of the tray, you only need 2 stacks maybe to finish your basket. If you want to go higher than that, if I was building a basket with fruit in it, and I was using fruit on the bottom rows, with the Lazy Susan, I would go around, starting with my Scotch tape on the handle, and I would go around totally around to the back, and I would link up that Scotch tape to the first, because I need a belt. I need a belt. But I'm talking about a tall gift now. I'm not talking about a pyramid. Pyramid, you don't need any Scotch tape. When you're dealing with something this tall, and you're balancing 3 or 4 pieces of fruit that are different sizes, all of a sudden you get into an unlevel situation. Now, you're doing fruit. Okay, so, and everybody has their own way of doing it, you know? Everyone has their own way of, let me get this over here. So, another thing that you can do if you use styrofoam in some of your baskets, where today, if you're using a basket, sometimes the customer's getting so much fruit that they might not eat it for 3 weeks. So by adding specialty foods to the basket and fruit, you can give them a minimum amount of fruit. If you have some styrofoam in the center of the basket, you can take a floral pick, take a sheet of styrofoam, wrap it like a popsicle or like a lollipop, twist your floral pick onto the end with Scotch tape, and then shrink it, and then stick that pick into the styrofoam, and you can position that piece of fruit anywhere you want. So, and the film will allow the gas, the ethylene gas, to sneak out, so it won't ripen prematurely. Now, what I'm doing is, I'm going to take this flare top piece and turn it into my mast. All right? I'm going to come back and put this up. Well, let me shrink this first. Let me shrink it. And then we're going to do the chair. We'll wrap the chair. We'll show you the concept of wrapping the chair. For those of you who know how to sew, once you have the film, which is the fabric, and once you have the sealer, you can make a bag as large as you want. I could make a bag to wrap this entire table. The concept is, how do we get the table in the bag? Well, we really don't. What we're going to do is we're going to drop the bag open end on the chair, and we've got a piece underneath. Now, see what I've got? I've got some puffing in here, all right? I'm going to leave that puffing go until the very last moment, because sometimes the film, when it grabs onto bottles and jars, it wrinkles and it doesn't. So by you keeping that air inside until the very last moment, then I'll come around the back, and especially if I'm doing fruit, I'll come around and burn a hole, an intentional hole in the back and the bottom. I'll re-shrink the back. Now I can get the film all the way down on the product, and an intentional hole right there. What I've done now is to create an air-conditioned basket. What's happening is now, when I put this in a walk-in, the hole in the bottom will create air ventilation for cold air rising in the basket. The problem with fruit in a refrigerated unit is the ethylene gas that's trapped inside the bag. The ethylene gas has to get out of the bag, otherwise it will ripen 10 times faster than normal. When you take a pear or a tomato and you put it in a brown bag and you close it up. Well, the ethylene gas, which is invisible, Mother Nature's own ripening process, if that ethylene gas does not get out, it will ripen the fruit much, much faster. So, having a hole here and a hole here, what happens is you will air condition the basket. It'll give more breathing room to the ethylene gas, because the ethylene gas will wind up coming out of the top. And if you have it in a walk-in, all of your moist air, warm air underneath, will come up out of the top. In 15 to 20 minutes, you'll have a refrigerated basket at 35 or 40 degrees. Now, let me put this up here, like this. Let me get back to we talked about kindergarten. Put this over here. This over here. Bring my bow. Let's see what we got. This basket would retail for about $125. Yeah. The manufacturers, when they sent us the product, did not send us price lists. So it made it difficult and flare top does take a little longer to do. I mean, it really does, you know, you're doing a little bit more for the customer than, but again, your customer is going to be the one to decide the price. If it's a businessman, he's looking to make an impression on the person he's sending it to. So that's the reason you need shrink. Now, let's talk about corners, especially sharp corners with shrink film and cellophane. One of the trade secrets that you can do is take a piece of Scotch tape after you've heated and shrunk it and go over that corner. And that'll keep that corner from poking through, all right? And it'll take a whole lot of stress. The other thing is after you shrink the basket, remember I had said to you, go back and push. Now, I threw it up in the air, so it's loosened up a little bit. But when you go push it in, it should spring back. If it goes in and stays in, again, you need more shredded material in there, okay? All right, Charles, where's Charles? He took a break. Well, we'll put him over here. I'll put him over here. See how we are for time. We're all right. Let me talk to you about, let's come back over here, the Ivana Trump chair that I put together for charity. If you want to get involved with charities, see, you read it in the newspaper, you see it yourself. You know, so Mrs. So-and-so, chairperson for the local hospital fundraiser. Now, do you know that this woman has the responsibility of helping to raise funds for the hospital, and that anyone who comes to her aid and helps them create $500, $600, $700, $1,000 for the hospital is going to be in her debt? Now, how can you do this? You have the packing skills, the designing skills, you have all of these skills, you've got the product, you don't have to donate all of the product. Now, I've taken it to the top with the chair. If you went to a local, first of all, you need to write a letter to this woman. You say, Dear Mrs. Smith, I understand you are the chairperson for the hospital's fundraising fashion show, and I would like to help you raise maybe between $500 and $1,000. What this woman just did as she read this letter was think that Aurora is one of the nicest people she will ever meet in a long time, because nobody volunteers for this. Now, it would really be nice if her husband happened to also own a construction company, the type that maybe does excavation and, you know, has big dump trucks or motor freight trucks or things like that. Wouldn't that would be opportune, you know? Because if you help his wife do something, when it comes time for him to buy gifts, she just might say, you know, Aurora helped me raise $1,000 with that gift. And now, what does Aurora want and what does Aurora need? See, before the fact, people make you all sorts of promises. After the fact, what's your name? Aurora who? So you need some, normally these people will have a program book, so you want, once you meet with this person, you say, well, here's what I want. I'd like to have my name in the program as creating the gift. That's not a problem, okay? I would like to maybe take a picture of you. I'm coming to the affair. I'd like to have a picture of you and the person who won the gift. That's not difficult. You're going to bring your own camera, Aurora? Yeah, I'll bring my own camera. And that way I have control of the negative. And then I'd like a thank you letter from you. If we raise a good bit of money, can I get a thank you letter from you? That's not a stumbling block for me. So you've now presented to her 3 things that you need. Now, what's going to happen is, once you get this letter acknowledging that she's going to do these things, you're now going to be able to take this to some of the other retailers, such as a furniture store, because we're going to make a sign that says, this chair was donated by the furniture store of Newtown. You see what I'm saying? Because we've got to cover him. If they're going to donate a chair, or at least if you're going to be able to pay him at cost for the chair out of the funds that it's going to be, he wants his name or she wants their name on this product. Now, you don't have to fill this chair with all your product. You have to say to the chairperson, if you can get me maybe 7 or 8 of your friends to bring in some bottles of wine or champagne or specialty foods or soaps and fragrance or perfumes or whatever, then I can put them in the chair. And I'll put some of my own stuff in the chair. Okay? So what I'm saying is, what you're trying to do is you're trying to engineer this, okay? And you're going to be the organizer. You're going to be the energy behind everything. But you don't have to donate everything. Okay? Now, try and do this 3, 4, or 5 times a year. Once every month, every 2 months. And this way you have a concentrated effort toward Christmas. All right? Now, let me see if I can't find my, let me see, Charles did his homework by, okay, here it is, here. You know, you've seen the little Tonka toy trucks which look very cute filled. What you want to do is you want to get this woman, the chairperson's husband's business card. And you want to Scotch tape the business card on the Tonka truck so that the name is in scale with the Tonka truck. When this man sees this, because he has a lot of dump trucks, he's got 50 or 60 dump trucks, when this man sees this Tonka truck with his name on it, one automatically starts to become his. Gee, this is a really great idea. All right, now you're not going to give this to him, you're going to make it up, you're going to send it to him, and you're going to say, I'd like to leave this with you for about 3 or 4 days and see what you think about it, because we can do this or we can do gifts either more expensive or less expensive. All right? If you do, I have to tell you, I got, I'm going to say 10 years ago, 2 women in San Francisco came to me and said, we want to talk to Mr. Katniss. What do you want to say to me? Sounds like a complaint. No, we want to talk to Mr. Katniss in front of about 20 people. We want you to know what this man did to us. Oh, geez. We bought his video package, and we followed this dump truck thing that my partner really wasn't thrilled about, and we wrote $15,000 in dump truck orders, and they did it in October. And we wanted to just come and thank you. Thank you, dear God. All right, so here what I've done is, and you can pass this around. Did Charles come back? He's still away. This is a smaller, that's a big version, and this is a smaller version. Oh, here, you take a hold of that. And then what I want to show you also, you can buy them at any Kmart or Toys R Us. Oh, Kinko's. Kinko's has them. Yeah. Kinko's. All right. Let me just go over a couple more things and then we're going to go to markup real quick. Here is a hamper basket with a Ficus Benjamima inside it. And then I built it up with foods, and it was a Christmas raffle. And then we added money to this. And, you know, it raffled off for around $1,800 at a function. So you can well imagine that it was, and what happened was all the merchants decided to give $20, $50, $75. Some of the banks gave $150 for the hospital. So again, here's something that's even more simple. For you to do something like that is absolutely ridiculously simple, because the packing part down here doesn't take up a whole lot of product, and if you can get this product from the individual members of the organization, you know, you can do that. Let me put that over here. Let me just see. Yes. Here, yeah, let me pass them around. You know, this I said, if you were invited to, you know, Princess Di's wedding, what would you send if you were J.R. Ewing? You know, yeah, you grab that. I'll give that to you. You need a Rolls Royce. Let me come over here real quick and get 2 more gifts, and then we're going to talk about markup. And hey, he's back. Charles is back. Okay. You know, my mother had a 80th birthday. What does a guy who designs gifts give to his mother? Really? I mean, what does he give? This is a piece of styrofoam. Now, we talked about earlier, we talked about the vase, you know, the container, the pot. What I have here, turn this sideways, there's the vase. So I built the vase into the gift. So I could either put fresh flowers in here, a rose arrangement, silk flowers, or whatever. So what I did was I took laurel branches, stripped off all their foliage, sprayed them gold. All right? Then I took pictures of my children and my family and my parents and her party the year 2 or 3 years before I put the money on for my brothers and sisters. And this is what I gave to my mother for an anniversary, for her birthday, her 80th birthday. So, see, this is, and it takes time to do these. And what I did, so I wouldn't ruin the pictures, I took all the pictures to Kinko's, had them color copied, and then cut them out, and then just sticker-dewed them all on. So you could turn this into a holiday Christmas gift. Imagine a grandmother whose children are very, very successful, and they really want to give her something that's very meaningful to her, that would touch her. This takes time to do. This is about a 4 or 5 hour gift. So you're looking at maybe $350, $400 because there's time and energy built into it. But this is the sort of thing that if you can personalize it and make it up and show customers, you call it, this is my family tree gift. And that all your children get together and they all chip in $25 or $50 and they bring it in and you put the money on it and you do the whole thing. So, Charles, here, I'm going to let you take and carry this around so everybody can see it. All right? Here, carry it around just like that. There we go. You know, what would, this is not as big as I would want it to be for Mr. Trump if he was sending it to maybe his third wife. But what I did in here was I put a little musical. No, the tape recorder I got at Radio Shack. This I got at the gift show in New York. I can't remember where I got it, but. And then we've got this little soft guy over here, and I did flare top with the nursery rhymes, and I ribboned the bow. This is a handmade bow with lots of loops that I come back and cut back and then use the sticker doos to sort of emboss. And then the other thing that I put in it, and I was coordinating, if I were doing this, I was coordinating this with the delivery man, that when the delivery man delivered this to my spouse at the hospital, I'd have him call me on my cell phone and then I would talk. I mean, this is when you have an unlimited budget. But the unlimited budgets come when you put these big gifts together and then get those excited. You know, the 20% of the people in your community who happen to play golf, our lawyers, our doctors, are the, you know, the people who travel around the world. See, they're coming to your store and they're saying, show me something that's worth $250 and I'll buy it. But if your imagination isn't there, I'm going to go buy a piece of jewelry, or I'm going to go buy something else. So let me put this over here. Let's see. I guess I think that's basically it. We can't really move the chair. Let me talk about markup very quickly. In your book, there is a markup page. "65% of the product that you're packing into the gift, 65% should represent gourmet foods, candies, cookies, snack." Now, if you're purchasing a product for $1, Mary, what would you sell that for in a gift basket?
Well, I do 2.5.
Okay.
And then I would also add my shipping on top of that.
Exactly. Okay. So let's assume you're making a $100 basket. $100 basket. What she's saying is, I'm buying a product for $1. I'm going to mark it $2.50. Then I'm going to put that product in the basket. All right. And then now, besides that now we're up to $65 at retail. Do everything at retail. All right. Now we're up to $65 at retail. Now, she's not doing it. She has an employee. The employee has to be paid. So we're going to charge $10 for the employee's time to make that $100 basket. So 10% of the value of the gift. Now, a lot of people will put it, you know, we charge $5 for up to this, and we charge $10 for up to that. If you do it in a percentage way, you're never losing anything because it's always standard. $20 or 20% should represent the container. You don't have to charge for a container if you're doing a piece of cardboard. You're going to charge $1.50 or $2. So you can move that price any which way you want, all right? And then 5% for packaging: shredded, peanuts, film, cello, ribbon, accessories, shred, all of those other extra things. Now, for you to do anything different from that, you only need to rob from 1%. So if you want to do more packaging, you might take another 5% from the food items and only do $60 in food items and do $10 in packaging. So I'm saying these numbers are not in cement. You need to move these numbers however way, you know, whatever way you want to move them. But remember, you have overhead to pay. You have other expenses. You've got gas in the truck. Obviously, I'm going to say that everybody here should be charging for delivery if you're not already charging. Or if the order is over $250, free delivery. Or if the customer is giving you the order on November 10th, you'll give them a 10% discount if they order 10 baskets or more. Or I'll give you 1 basket free if you order 10 baskets. I mean, you see, there are all different ways to more or less go after the customer. What happens is, you wind up in a situation, you can put it back over there, please. You wind up in a situation, as I said earlier, we are all dealing at the speed of sound. Everyone is busy, all right? And you're trying to get the attention of that manufacturer. Don't go to any manufacturer who's selling more than $5-6 million a year, because when you do that, you get involved with too many levels of decision makers. You need to make the decision maker needs to be the secretary of the president or the wife of the president. Otherwise, you're going to find that you could camp there for a year and a half, and you'll still not make any headway with that company. All right. Something that I call bloody nose. But you know, a woman will get very excited. I'm going to make my baskets. I'm going out to the industrial park, and I'm going to sell like hell. And she gets to the 10th company, and the 10th company says, "Lady, are you living in the real world? We can't talk to you now. We're too busy." You know, how many times you've gone to visit a friend, and they say, "Oh, Mary, just drop by anytime," and you drop by. And they say, "Mary, what the hell are you doing here?" "Well, you said you told me to drop by anytime." "Well, I'm here." Well, we all know you have to get an appointment. So do a professional letter. Find out, call the company on the phone and say, "Do you have a Sunshine Club? Who is the person responsible for purchasing?" You see, this is very non-intrusive. You're getting the information first. Then send out a letter to that individual with maybe a color copy of one of your baskets, all right? And this way, now the person has a better idea of what they're judging and what they're looking at, and say, "I'd like to make an appointment. I will only take 10 minutes of your time." When you have the appointment, now they're ready for you. Now they expect you. They'll provide that 10 minutes for you. You walk in with 3 baskets under your arm, 3 really good-looking baskets at 3 different price points, all right? So this will prevent bloody nose. I mean, if you want to really get down on yourself, going to that 10th company and someone saying, "No, no, no, we don't want to see you now. We don't want to see you now. Go, lady, go home. You know, go back to where you came from. We don't have time for you." Get the appointment. And in the very beginning, it's not going to be easy until you can establish yourself, okay? So having that charity, working with those charity people and making a name in your community by helping people. I mean, you can donate a lot of product if you want. That's up to you. But I'm saying that there are other resources that you can call on, members in the organization, other businesses that you can give credit to, you know, that sort of thing. Remember, you've got to cover your inventory, you've got to cover your accounts receivable, you've got to cover your delivery. For those of you who make a lot of deliveries, especially at holiday time, make sure that your driver has a flashlight, a profile of what you want to happen. If he gets to an order and he can't find the address, is he going to search for an hour and a half trying to, or is he going to bring it back in 10 minutes if he can't find it? Give him all of this information beforehand. Make sure that he understands. Give him your telephone number if he has to call you. Make sure that when he pulls up to an address, he blows the horn. By the time he gets from the door of the delivery truck to the door of the person who's living there, she's there waiting for him because she wants to know who's blowing her horn in the driveway. If she's not home, a next door neighbor will take it a little bit more willing because she's looking out the door to see who's blowing their horn. Question?
Historically, will gift shops do better in malls or freestanding buildings or what locations?
I'm going to say a gift shop will do better in a freestanding building. Now, we have a Hallmark store here. Maybe she didn't come. Ann, did Ann make it? Ann didn't make it. Okay. There's a woman who was coming who has a Hallmark store in a mall. One of the problems with the malls are they grab you here and then by your ankle, and you know you get the volume, but you have to work for it like everything else. But you're also working so much for them because of all of the fees that you're paying them. When you have a freestanding store or even a private home that you turn into, you know, you have less payout. Yeah, you can do just as much, you know, business. So that's another reason to get that 2.5%. If you don't get that 2.5%, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to wind up using your profit to make your business success. And don't be shy about doing 3-to-1, especially if it's a perishable product. The more perishable the product, the more markup you're going to take. Question?
Now, you also add your shipping in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, delivery. I'm saying delivery is extra. Delivery hasn't even been...
When you get your product in and you pay so much.
Yeah, and you've got, I'm saying, so there's another reason for the 2.5. You can figure that 5 to 8% of your product coming in from your suppliers is going to cost you, on top of what you're paying, 5 to 8% for freight. So you've got to mark that into that 2.5. That's why I'm saying 2.5, 2.75, or 3 is going to make you, you know.
Sometimes your market can bear 3.0.
Yeah, it really can, you know. And again, if you build it up and make it higher and make it broader and make it, you know, yes.
If you buy in big volume, do you price it off? Would you price it off a distributor pricing or like a wholesale price?
I'm going to price it off of what I paid for it, and there, within the industry where people are really buying in big volume, there's what is known as making a profit on the front end. And the profit on the front end is that someone is selling a product for $1 if you buy 5 cases, but if you buy 150 cases, you can get it for 60 cents. So now they're making 40 cents more on the product, and they're not giving that on to the customer. They're not passing it on. They're now taking the 2.5 or 3 on that dollar. See, so if you're buying it right, you're also able to make a profit on that. Yes, Marie?
I have found that with shipping, if you add that into the cost of the basket, if the customer says, I'd like a $75 basket, and you don't say shipping is separate or delivery.
Right.
I never charge delivery. I build that in.
Okay, and that's fine. And everybody has to do, the question was, Marie bills her delivery, local delivery, into the price that she's charging, all right? This causes no surprise for the customer. Customer says, well, how much is it to be delivered? There's no delivery charge. Ah, that's a plus to shop at her store. Now, if you're talking about shipping around the country, what you can simply do is use UPS standard rates. You say to the customer, here, I'm going to show you what the UPS rate is for shipping 20 pounds to California. It is $9.27. And we want to insure it to make sure that if anything goes wrong, so you're giving them you're not just saying, here's what the charge is. You're showing them, I make no profit on delivery. This is what the charge is, you know, going to be here. One of the things that I have in here has to do with markup and profit. And if you use those, you'll find all of a sudden it'll give you a good understanding of what you're charging and how much money you're making. We talked about cellophane versus. Let me wrap this chair real quick. Let me move this back. Anytime you have a gift that's very, very large, what we have to do is we have to make a bag. I went to all the trouble of making this. I may as well wear it. Do you feel like this sometimes? You know, chief cook, bottle washer, you know what I mean? We've all, you know, as a retailer, I remember making a delivery to a woman, and it was a COD. And I didn't have change. And she said, there's a corner store, would you mind running down? I said, that's fine. Halfway down the block, she says, can you get me 3 cans of Campbell's soup? You know, so we do all of these different jobs. We do all of these different things. Let me put that back there. Let me come back to the chair. All right. I could do the job that I'm going to do with this little sealer, because this is a sewing machine also. It's a sewing machine and a trimming machine, okay? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a giant bag with the wand, and this is something that you can't do with the cantilevered sealer. Now, the film is 22-inch centerfold, so this is exactly how I wrapped that chair that I have over there. Show you exactly how I did it. I'm opening the film up and folding it back. Now I have a 44-inch centerfold. And I'm going to match the film, and I'll put it down on the table. And I'm going to sew it together. I was pulling up, checking into the hotel here on Friday morning, and as I was going into the lobby, a car came around off of Gulf Road at very high speed. I mean, this woman was driving, you know, you could hear the wheels squealing. She comes into the main driveway, comes down into the lobby area, jumps out of the car. The car barely stops before she jumps out of it. The door is left open, and I hear police cars, sirens coming after this woman. She runs in to the lobby. They pull in back of her. 2 police cars, Upper Merion police cars, pull in back of her, And they run into the lobby, and she goes into the ladies' room. And one of the policemen starts to go in, and she says, "Don't you dare come in here. I'll be out in a minute." So finally, they're out there with her pad. She comes out. She says, "I guess you boys never thought I'd make it." She says, "I'm awfully sorry, but I had to go to the ladies' room, and the law does not stop me from speeding." See, we're all under pressure. We're all under pressure to perform. We're all under pressure to do. We're all racing through life at the speed of sound. And obviously, when nature calls, you have to move. Okay. All right, now what I'm going to do, I have the bag now. Now I'm going to come back, and here's the trick here. Because I have a heavier, I could have enclosed the entire chair. Now I'll do that with this. I'm coming back with one whole solid piece of film. I'm going to take the chair. I'll put the chair up here. Now, did you want to come up now? And I'm putting the chair on the film. Pardon me? Huh?
I'm claustrophobic.
Oh, okay. Now, well, we cut a hole in the top so you can breathe. Huh? Yeah, it is clear, and you don't have to. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to catch a lot of air in here. So I've already have my product inside. All right. I'm going to bring this down. All right. And all I'm going to do now is, all I have to do is go around and seal the bottom. Now, I'm not going to shrink it. We don't need to shrink it. But you can see now what you can do with the sealer, the wand, as opposed to the cantilevered sealer is only good for making bags. It will not do anything like this. It won't partition a product. So now all I have to do now is shrink it. So you can see what you can do with the product. Okay, we'll put this over here. All right, let me come back to, we talked about the Ivana gift chair, the Disney gift, your corporate gift with the dump truck. You can also do something with a bulldozer where you use a heavy piece of cardboard underneath it. You could use the Father's Day or the Mother's Day gift that I made, the family tree. Your parents' next anniversary gift would also be in the same, in the same vein there. Let me just see. We talked about predating, silk flowers. We did shrink, flare top, sizing the bag. The little measuring tapes that we gave to everybody, if you did not get one and you come to the show tomorrow, we'll have some more. It has the formula on how to size a bag. If you have a sealer, you can make your own bag with the sealer and then put it on the basket and then go to the individual price list and see if that size is on the price list, and that's the simplest way to do that. We talked about rolling the bag forward, air conditioning, sharp points, we talked about that. Cardboard in a tote bag. For those of you who sell tote bags, especially today, it's an easy $20 to $25 gift. If you take heavy cardboard and cut it to the size of the horizontal and the vertical side of the bag, and you put that in first, when you put your cello in next, the products will push against something solid. I'm sure you've done a bag where you just put product in and it sort of looked sort of saggy. Having that cardboard in there will keep those bags straight. We talked about gift wrapping products with the magazines and that sort of thing. Talked about fabric, the gift basket photography, how to do that. Peeling labels. For those of you, you get some of these labels that go on like cement. Just take the heat gun and heat the label, and then either with a little knife or something, you can peel the label off very quickly. For those of you who make bows, if you're in the process of making a bow and the phone rings, what do? You take your scissors, you take the loop, you stick it in here, put it down, make your phone call, and come back. The shrink tips with the nozzle heat, talking about that basically, you want to keep the nozzle heat away from your plush animal. The sticker doos with the shredded, anytime you want to cover a hole, you can do that. Overgauging. Overgauging means that you're wrapping a 5-pound gift with 100 gauge or 150 gauge. You really don't have to do that. You're wasting film because it's taking you longer to shrink the product. Now, the other thing is, when you're using the gun, you don't have to get in so close. What happens when people burn holes is they have a perfect product, it really looks good, and they see this tiny little wrinkle over here. You know, don't be tempted to go after it. Let it go. It's not going to cause you a problem. Back away from it. The gift is finished. When you go in and try and get it is when you make that hole, and now you want to rewrap it. Seam rupture and repair. When you go in too close to a seam, what happens is the heat is going to cause that seam to rupture because the film is pulling away from the seam. So imagine me getting you into a pair of slacks, then taking the heat gun and shrinking those down 2 sizes smaller. Yes, there she is. Come over here. We'll do it right now. And then asking you to sit down. Well, it's going to rip the seams right out. And this is what happens. So anytime you're shipping a product, always baste that seam with the Scotch tape. And that seam will never come apart on you. All right? I mean, if you've opened the seam up just a little bit, just take the Scotch tape and baste it there. Compression. We talked about compression of the product sitting down. I think we pretty well did that. If you ever want to know how much grass you need to order, you have to do 100 baskets. Make the basket first. Then take it apart, take the grass, measure it, put it on a scale some type. I think we sort of pretty well covered that. It is now 11:45. For those people who have an L on their name tag, we're going to serve lunch out here. I apologize, the hotels charge an arm and a leg. I mean, the tax, the gratuity, the service charge. So the people who don't, the Sunflower Room, I told people who were coming, for those of you who have your own lunch, you can obviously sit wherever you are, just grab a seat somewhere or go outside or whatever you want to do. But those of you who have paid for lunch, the lunch is over there. No, it's in that room over there? Okay, Deb, so you is Lynn here? Okay, all right, so you're going to go over there, all right. So it's a sandwich, a cookie, and a 6-ounce bottle of soda, which is not, and we're going to come back at 12:30. We're going to come back at 12:30 and start, because then I'm going to bring each of the designers up, and they can...
What she's going to talk about, you want at her station?
No, we're gonna talk about it over there.
Where do you want the packages that she wants to talk about?
Over there. Yeah, so well, hold on, I'll pull you up. I'll pull you up. Yes.
Hey, so we just put all of our stuff on the cardboard.
That's good.
Okay?
Yeah,
We have them all on the side.
that's fine. Okay, are we ready? Welcome back. Welcome back. This is Joanne Robertson from Circle Florist. Joanne, come on, hold that. Come on, this is just like panel 6, okay? And we're going to talk about 2 gifts. But before we do that, back in where we were having lunch, one of the designers said that she overheard a woman say, as far as shipping, that what about the cardboard box? In other words, if you're charging for delivery, you also have to charge a price for the box that the gift is going into, and I agree. So that has to be another value. So you have to, on your menu for your customer, on your brochure or whatever, when a gift is going out of town, it's being shipped, you have to, and you can either give this to them as a cost value or make a profit on it, because you're in business to make a profit, where you say to the customer, if we deliver this gift locally, there's just a delivery charge. If we ship this gift, we have to include a $5 charge or whatever the box is going to be, plus your time to do it, and the filler material and all of that. So that we didn't really discuss that. I'm taking for granted that, you know, if you're doing that, you're obviously going to have to charge for it. Now, one way for you as a small retailer where you don't have access to all these big boxes, what you can do is, as you take boxes in from your suppliers, and they have, let's say, Gertrude Hawk chocolate on one side. For you to save that box and regenerate it, take the portion of the box where it has the tape on three corners, it's folded, but one corner has tape on it. Cut the tape, invert the box, turn the box inside out, tape it again. The name of the manufacturer will be on the inside, the outside of the box will be plain, and it looks like a brand new box, and it didn't cost you a cent. So,
Something that some of the smaller retailers might like to keep in mind, I work for a department store. We've built a relationship with a local, we do shipping from our own store, but there are some things that we can't handle. So we've built a relationship with a mailbox.
okay, all right, so the
And
question,
that way you don't have to worry about having 9 million size boxes.
Right.
You're helping another business person stay in business, and they in turn do generate business back to you. You might
so
want to-
her statement was that if you don't have a professional way of shipping, that Mailbox Incorporated do have many different sizes. You could bring some of your gifts, maybe 3 or 4 gifts, over to them, have them price it out, what it's going to cost you to ship through their UPS system, and this way they'll pack the gift for you in their box, and they're going to charge you a set fee. You're then going to turn around and charge the customer.
It's one
Yeah.
less thing you have to do.
Right.
They do all the packing.
Good, good. Okay, fine. All right. Joanne, tell us about this gift now. Tell me the theme of this gift, and I haven't seen the front of it. So this is a mail. Come on now, come on up here and speak into the microphone.
I just like to make packages. I don't like
So
to
this is
talk.
a speedy recovery gift. Speedy recovery gift in the $50 to $75 range. All right. And again, I mentioned that the manufacturers didn't send us a price list, so we're really guesstimating here as far as the products go. And you have to, yeah. Let's back this up so they can see. Here we go. Put that over here. So what we did was, we've got Spar sausage, we've got Asher's chocolate, we've got Willingham Manor biscuits, Caribbean cookie, Fantasi pretzels, Beverly Hills chocolates, and some DiPrano. In the very back, let me just get where's my, I saw one over here. Diane, let me borrow this. In the very back of your, and I didn't get that far, in the very back of your handout, you're going to find all of the sponsors who provided us with the product to make these gifts. All right? Many of them are down on the floor at the candy show. For those of you who are unaware, tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, the Philadelphia National Candy and Gourmet Show is showing at the other end of the convention center. It'll start tomorrow at 10 o'clock and run through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So if you have not been to the candy show, you really should come back, because there's so many vendors down there that will work with you very nicely. And a lot of those vendors, like Chocolate by Design, they're there. Let me just see. Asher's Chocolates will be there. Gertrude Hawk will be there. Golden Walnut will be there. Let's see, who else? Empress Chocolates, I think they might be there. Herman Golitz is represented, I think, by Asher's. They'll be there. Nalco will naturally be there. La Piccolino. I don't think La Piccolino, they've got some very pretty boxes and very pretty packaging. Willingham Manor, Venus Coffee. So take a look, and when you call these people for a catalog, if you're ordering a catalog, say, listen, we saw your product at the Nalco Symposium. We appreciate your support. Send us a catalog, and then go from there. So we've got a number of people who are doing that for us. Okay. So what we have is we've got an Eagles mug. We've got the Fantasi pretzels there. We've got is it a duck?
No,
It's a football. I'm sorry. I'm seeing the neck in the back. That's why. It's a football. There we go.
And it has.
Hey, now
in
who
our store we do plants and flowers too.
Fantastic.
We can put plants and flowers in there also.
That's fantastic. Yes, question.
Who did you buy that from?
The Wicker football.
The Wicker football. Who did you?
Football, I believe, was, oh God, the catalog that we get like every month.
Well, you think of it and tell Marie. Yeah, think of it and tell Marie.
I want to know about the hobby horse.
There's
Yeah.
slips there for the hobby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Longhorn has the football? Okay, and I think they're downstairs, aren't they? Yeah. So, now they're not a sponsor.
I just remember Elizabeth Company.
Right.
The Elizabeth Company? Okay. So, if Longhorn does have it, when you go down, tell them that, you heard that Nalco was talking about their company, because sometimes, you go down, people say, where's your football? And, They don't know where the lead came from, that sort of thing.
When women come into our store and they want to buy a package for a man, as soon as they see the bows, it turns them off. They don't like, he won't like any bows or anything like that. So if you make it look like man things, put the bow on it, they'll take it anyway.
No, that's good. That's good. Hey, this is very nice. This is very nice. All right, let's put this one over here. Where's Charles? Charles, here. Walk this around, please. This is very nice. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Walk that around, Charles. That's good. There we go. Put that. Where's the next one? Next gift is over here, and I'm assuming that this is either a Valentine's Day gift or a romance package gift. Okay.
We had it in the store ready to come today, and a lady came in, it was her first anniversary, and she wanted to send something to make her husband embarrassed at work. And when she asked how much it was, she wanted this. When we told her it was for the symposium today, she said, "Can you make me a smaller one?" So we did basically the same thing, but we squished it all down and made it into a smaller basket.
Fantastic. It looks great.
First anniversary,
Yeah.
Valentine's.
So every one of you are capable of designing gifts and putting them up here, honestly speaking. But everyone has a thumbprint to their design, and that's what you're seeing. I have a certain style, Joanne has a certain style, Diane has a certain style, Pat and Deborah have a certain style. Everybody puts them together. That if you knew your competition and you walked into the room, you could pick out your competition's baskets immediately, This has a real nice, this is a Nalco product that we sell, the tool with the hearts on it. And look at the way she's done, and the ribbon, the Sweethearts ribbon. And then what she's done is she's used, you use Scotch tape, just a little piece of Scotch tape, and tied and draped the fabric around the very edge, which looks absolutely fantastic. That's good. That's good. I think that deserves. Fantastic, Joanne. Okay, good. All right, you take that back over, and if you want, put it over on that table, and then we'll talk about. Okay, fine. Next are those two lovely ladies from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Gertrude Hawk, come on up. Diane, bring your gifts. Come on, bring up your gifts. Bring up your gifts. Put one there. Good. Diane and Bonnie. Bonnie, you stand. Let me stand in the middle. You stand here. All right. And let's talk about here. You grab a hold of that.
Great.
Talk to your cousins out there. Your cousins want to know. These are your gift basket cousins. Tell them about this gift.
Okay, this is not a basket. It's basically boxed chocolate, and it was made for Penn State. And we have a Penn State Beanie Baby sitting down in here.
They're not very popular, are they?
We have the Penn State mugs filled with small miniature footballs. We put a lot of things that guys usually like to eat at games. You're watching at home, nuts with the chocolate. Half pounder with chocolate, nougats.
And these are Gertrude Hawk products, right?
Right.
These are Gertrude Hawk products.
Also the top.
You've got Willingham.
Is Snack Works, I believe.
Okay.
Then we have
Willingham Manor. Fantazi. I'm going to say this is probably Fantazi.
Okay.
Willingham Manor, and then we've got Pelican Bay. For anyone who does children's baskets, Pelican Bay in Clearwater has a super line of kids' bake products. They're really very, very good. And that seems to be a new trend within the basket, industry, where one child's mother is now sending it to another child for what other reason, You had a question.
Yes, how to target Penn State or?
Well, that's from up in our area.
Yeah, the Wilkes-Barre area is a heavy.
What do they do with this? Who do they give this to?
A fan, a Penn State male fan.
Yeah, but you know what else we do?
Go ahead.
We get a lot of requests for, they have banquets or things like that, anything that might pertain to football. Now Penn State is big in our area. And so for the main table, they'll use this as a centerpiece. They'll also raffle it off.
And I was just going to say, and then they'll raffle it off and
We get
raise
a
some.
lot of that. Anything
Yeah.
of a football theme, usually it'll be what's in our area, Penn State
Yeah.
or whatever.
You're from what area?
Syracuse.
Syracuse. So what do you? So what do you consider the Buffalo Bills?
No, there's a Syracuse University one.
All right, but that's a college. Okay, but then the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
So you would consider the professional football team Buffalo? See, we don't in Philadelphia. We don't have a team.
You don't?
They're a bunch, they're called beagles.
We also, we also have a chocolate football.
Chocolate football in there.
And we have it boxed with Penn State on it. Gertrude Hawk.
Gertrude Hawk makes that.
Yes.
And Gertrude Hawk is down on the floor of the trade show, so you'll be able to come by. They've got the chocolate, the foil wrapped chocolate footballs, and then she's got a cell phone, chocolate cell phone. So this is really cute. The pretzels in the back. Yeah, very, very nice. Okay, let's see who we, yes.
Well, again, it was kind of hard because we didn't have all the prices from all the vendors.
I mean, I'm going to say $85.
Well, we said, Tom, I believe.
What did you say? 100?
We said 100.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Again, you're going to be in your store. You have control over the product that you're using and the cost that you're using. You have to be the one to, to make it. All right? There was a funny remark over on the left side of the audience. I don't know.
What was that?
She was thinking of something else. Okay, let's put this over here. Charles, when you come back, Charles, why don't we do this? Yeah, bring the other one. Why don't you let them hand that row to row, and then we'll put this down here, and you can do that one, because that's a fairly light basket. That's a fairly light basket to hand out. Just do the same thing. Go back and forth. Isn't Charles doing a great job? Charles is doing, yeah, just pick it up this way, turn it around. There you go. You got it. You got it. Okay. All right, this is nice. I like this. This has a real nice fall look to it.
Our Thanksgiving
Yes.
basket.
Okay. All right.
And we do a lot of Thanksgiving baskets because a lot of people are coming home for the holidays and they want to take something to either their parents or their grandparents home for dinner. And we usually put a large assortment. There's something in there for everybody, every age. Non-chocolate, chocolate.
And the color coordination in here is very nice. And look what she's got. She's got a bow inside and a bow outside, and then she's got some oak foliage up here, some silk oak foliage, which adds a real nice touch. And her colors that she's following through on. And this is one of the reasons I asked both of these gals, to come today, because if you went into their stores, they do an awful lot of color coordination, with their gifts. They're very, very well coordinated.
Thank you.
And it's, not that men are not color coordinated. I'm personally colorblind. And I honestly, I used to think did I miss the school date when we were looking at the color chart? What the hell happened? So it's shades of colors that I have a hard time with. So when I'm in trouble, I'll get someone to help out with. But women are much more sensitive to color than men are, unless men are talking about football, basketball, college teams, or whatever. Right, Rick? Exactly. All right.
What we find out also, Tom, when we're making a gift, we'll put like mugs or we'll just put some kind of article.
Keepsake. A keepsake item that's going to give,
And
okay.
they will have that
Yeah. All right.
forever.
These are good for office parties too. We get a lot of this where the big baskets they'll buy for their office party. Just
At holiday time, where there's a group of people in an office and some manufacturer wants to send it, so that they're all going to share in. So we've got Gertrude Hawk products in there. We've got White House Coffee, Fantazi. We've got Peanut Patch, which is a company out of Virginia, Buckley's Original Candies, Golden Walnut. They're downstairs also. So that I think this made up really nice, and the raffia really did a good deal. And the basket, I'm going to say, I don't know, this was not one of our vendors. This is one of Gertrude Hawk's vendors. Yeah. Now the basket people that we've been working with are Coe and Drew. They'll be downstairs, and McCann Brothers. Now McCann Brothers is not here. They have more of a rustic line, more of a rustic floral line. They're in the back of our catalog. I think they're in the back of that book. I'm pretty sure they're in the back of the book. So again, when you call for this information, tell them that you saw the information. Are they in there? McCann, yeah. And Coe and Drew does a lot of painted baskets, a lot of Chinese baskets. McCann Brothers does a lot of Philippine baskets and Indonesian baskets, so they're more earthy looking. Question?
Why did you choose not to shrink wrap that, especially if you're going to carry it places?
Because they're not a non-shrink company. They don't use shrink milk. They use cellophane 95% of the time.
Right.
Can I ask why?
Okay.
Is it preference?
Normally coming, we probably would have shrunk wrap it like the Penn State one, but to be quite frank, we ran out of the large bag.
Okay.
And I tried.
All right, well, whatever, that's,
Another thing, we don't ship, we don't.
yeah,
we
see,
don't
they're
ship
they're
a
not
lot of
shipping
things out.
anything.
We have our people that come in and
They're
they.
physically
we
taking the
don't-
gift
yeah.
with them, yeah. Yes?
Seem to be in here. Do you have a number?
Yes.
Gertrude Hawk is downstairs. I'm going to say the booth is, they'll be here to, all right, so look in the very beginning of where the designers' names are, address, telephone, fax. Look at the designer's page.
It should be in.
All right, there we go, yes. The price was, for this was what, $150?
125.
125.
Again, we're working
Yeah.
without prices, so we were just adding our own
Yeah.
up and then sort of.
Sure. Yes.
Is it a full bow or did you make it a bow?
That's a
We made
handmade bow.
Handmade.
That's a handmade bow.
One color or
No,
have
that's
one
just
ribbon?
one ribbon.
One ribbon.
Three colors, okay.
Yes.
If someone tells you, I need a basket to feed about 10 people, would that be it?
I would, that's a good,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. Yeah, the question was, will this basket feed 10 people? This basket will feed, I would say 10 people is a good number.
You know what, that's our normal question whenever a businessman comes in and says, I want to go back to the office, I'm having a little office party, and I have so many people there. Now, this is what they like, now you figure it out. And that's what we do.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and it's, you can figure usually 4 to 6 ounces per person. And women eat considerably less than men, and, you know.
And they
So-
normally tell us that too, they'll tell us how many men are there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a way for you to figure. Question?
If you don't do any of the street bread, does your product pretty much stay in place? It doesn't drop?
Yes, we use a lot of sticky doos and tape. And it really, it holds, I mean, this thing went through a lot getting here.
Just to get here.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, good.
Like we pulled,
Yeah, they pull it very
Real
tight.
tight,
Yeah,
real
they get it
snug.
real tight.
you know, and then we do a lot of hacking in the basket.
Craft paper.
Craft paper.
Question is, what do you put in as paper, craft paper, heavy brown paper? All right, so there are times in a basket, if you're using certain products, you remember the second basket that I made that had the handle, I said I was able to wedge certain products in without any tape. You can friction fit something in, and then once you get the film on the product, then the film is going to do the rest of the job, you know, so that's good.
Another thing, Tom, whenever we take a gift or we're sending it out or whatever, we always put our card inside, because that's really good.
Yeah.
You know, because they may miss something somewhere where it actually came from.
Yeah, we'll do that one next, yeah. Okay, good. What do you think? I agree, don't you think? Fantastic. Very good. Let's do the small one now. And talk about that one from the point of view of the customer who's looking for that little, that certain,
No, we do a lot of back to school, we do a lot of teacher gifts. We sell a lot of teacher gifts. Christmas and back to school at the end of the year, whatever. And this is our box. It's a little sampler box, and we can put any kind of candy in there we want to. And this is our caramel apples, our liquid caramel apple. But we use the gift as a theme for school. And we make this too. This is our apple pop. And you can attach this on, it works with almost anything.
so, and the retail is what? The retail is
Oh, these retail.
$8.90, would you say?
This is $5.95.
They are $5.95,
It
so.
doesn't take a lot to put it
Yeah,
together. It's just.
and any
Wow.
any gift that's under $15 can't take you more than 3 or 4 minutes to do. You know, you have to be in scale of time to scale a proportion of retail value. You know, so and that's something real quick, and it's a nice place saver. It's sports oriented. It has a Penn State you know, tiger on it. You know, so that's
Teacher gifts sell all the time. They do.
yeah.
I was gonna say, how do you market to the teacher?
You know what, we have, well, basically, like, we have mall stores, you know, so people are always looking for, they're always looking for teacher gifts, you know. You get them, there's Teacher Appreciation Day, there's, you know, at the end of the year, everybody gets a gift. It's the bus drivers, everybody, you know what I mean? So these things work, we sell so many of them.
Yes. Question.
What's the idea for employee gifts? You know, for like the end of the year, you have 25 employees, you want to do something.
You know what, a lot of people, here's another thing people do for us too. If they don't see the gift item that we have, they will bring something in. and they'll pick our candy and we'll create it for them. You know, sometimes they do that, or if there's something there, sometimes it's mugs for employees or pins. Sometimes we sell pins that we can tie onto a box of candy that hangs with a bow. And there's a lot of different ideas that we do for, and Boss's Day, we do a lot for Boss's Day too. We have chocolate computers, we have chocolate, there's another thing. For employees, if you work for a computer company or anything like that, we sell a lot of computers. We have chocolate, a mouse.
Chocolate chips, chocolate mouse,
We have
chocolate
everything.
computers, yeah.
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 If I come into your store, would you sell me wholesale? I mean,
No, we don't sell wholesale.
All right, so what you need to do is
You- now you
tomorrow,
go to the candy
go
shop.
to
Yeah.
Gertrude Hawk's booth and see what they have available. See, they do have some products that are generically theirs that they don't want to share with other retailers.
Right.
Long Grove does a
But-
lot of that kind of.
Yes, Long Grove Confections in Downers Grove, Illinois. Now, they're not a sponsor, but it's a company that I've been associated with before. Long Grove, if you have a fancy food show book, they're in the fancy food show. Yeah, Long Grove Confections. They've got a lot of gaming. They do a lot of novelty things similar to Madeline. Madeline Chocolates downstairs. They've got gaming chips and gold coins, chocolate gold coins, and you know, there's a lot of product downstairs. You know, the show has grown into a major force, you know, in the United States. Downstairs, no, I'm saying the show itself. When I say downstairs, why don't you bring that over and put it on that table, Charles? Downstairs, I'm saying about the Philadelphia National Candy and Gourmet Show.
You're on the top level.
Yeah, there's 2 floors to it. There's an upper floor and a lower floor, so make sure that you know that there are people downstairs. Okay, good girls, very good. All right, We're Not All Nuts is next. Come on, We're Not All Nuts. Here's Patty and Deborah bringing up there. Let me make sure we get this out of the way. This is the Phillies gift. All right, put it right in the center there. And let me take this off.
There we go.
Huh? Well, yeah, wait, because that's so big. You grab a hold of that. Grab a hold of that. Come on now. Your mothers are very proud of you today. Okay, so we made this gift up for $250. So this could be a fundraising gift,
Yes.
right? Could be a fundraising gift for a charity golf outing, any kind of a sports outing. So we've got Gertrude Hawk chocolates inside. We've got Chocolate by Design. Chocolate by Design is also at the candy show. They're another company that has, in the real big gift that I did, there was a foiled world in a white box. That's their product. They have computers, and they've got digital phones and cell phones. Torn Ranch, which is a company from the West Coast that specializes in selling different nuts. We've got Asher's again. We've got some Long Grove Confectioner. Apex Nightinger, which is out of Pittsburgh. They sell specialty foods. They're specialty food distributors. Neighbors Coffee. That's okay. No, you were tapping. I told you this was going to be fun, didn't I tell you? Okay. La Piccolino, Snack World, and the Peanut Shop. So let's take a look at the, here, let's bring it back this way. Now, did Madeline Chocolates give you the shoes? Who did the shoes, the little racetrack shoes?
Shoes by Design.
Shoes by Design, it's enough. Chocolate by Design. That's good. You're not all nuts, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, that's good. There we go. So you have, is that a football in there? What's in the foot? So we got a football. So we've got, let me come around the front a little bit so I don't want to fall off here. So we've got a glove in there, maybe an autographed glove. When you're working with a sporting organization or a college and you want to get in close to them, I must warn you that they're takers. They take, and sometimes they may not give back to you the way you want to give back. So we've often been said, you know, never ask a friend for a favor because they may not say thank you. Well, this is what happens. The bigger the organization, the less likely they feel because they feel that you're wanting to get close to them. I remember when I was a much younger man, I was working with the Philadelphia 76ers, and for 5 years I helped them raise close to $15,000. Well, their gratitude was, gee, thanks, Tom. Gee, I'd like a couple seats. But I'm saying, you know, so understand that that's part of all these different companies want a piece of them. And they recognize that value, and you're going to be, positive force for you, but it may not be the most exciting experience that you have.
The unfortunate thing is that nobody wants a Philly sports team today.
And the ones for the Eagles, you have to actually ask someone that you'll pay them to take it away. The poor Eagles it's a shame. The poor man's going to have a heart attack. Our coach has no hair, I don't think. Does he have any hair?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he has. Whatever is left, he hasn't pulled out because the teams have. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. I think this is fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Now let's bring this over. I think that's going to be too heavy for Charles to maneuver.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah. So we'll just put it there. We'll leave it for pictures, and then bring over the wine basket. Bring the wine basket. Yes.
You're using that for a fundraiser.
Yeah.
Are you just donating?
No. All right. Did you hear earlier when you got here?
You said like how people give
Okay.
you products.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to give everything. You know what I'm saying? Ask the people in the organization to have some of their members donate some products. Say, look, I'll do the basket. I'll do the construction. I'm going to do the delivery. I'm going to be the scrounger. I will get some of the product, but I can't donate everything. You know, can some of your members give me some product to put in there? All right. I don't want to have to go to the package store and buy champagne when each of your members, some of the committee. And then you get the committee people into your store. If they've never been into your store before, they might wind up becoming a customer, especially since you're helping them. So the interaction is what I'm trying to get you to do, is get the interaction between the organization, and then all of a sudden you'll start to see, customers.
We also have a sugar-free gift.
We have a sugar-free gift.
And I think
Fantastic.
that's a group of people that have been forgotten by people who package candies. I must tell you, as someone who was diagnosed with diabetes a few years ago, I found that people that sent me products didn't consider the fact that I couldn't eat most of the gifts they were sending to me. And I think when someone calls you and they want a get-well package for someone, a man who's had a heart attack, a woman who has had certain health problems, or a diabetic, if you happen to know that they do have health problems, a fat-free, sugar-free, or low-salt, low-sugar, low-fat product package is important to consider mentioning to the person who's giving you the order, because they may not think of it, and as soon as you mention it to them, they'll say, oh my goodness, yes, I should do that, absolutely, what do you have for me? So it's just something that we put together that I think is important. Someone you want to send something to rather than bath powder or perfume or something. You want them to have something they can eat and enjoy and still keep their health as a high priority. So I just put together this package to mention that to people that are in the business.
So it's your responsibility to get the profile from the sender. Even if you had some kind of a very short critique, how old is the person? 29. Male, female, obviously that's going to be, there. But, what kind of gift are you looking for? Is there any sensitivity that we need to give to this gift? It's a sympathy gift? Oh, changes the whole presentation of the product. So make sure, and you're doing this. This is something, I think it's common sense. But the more sensitivity that you can get to the sending person of who it's going to, the recipient, the better off you're going to be.
You do that for stuff always.
Yeah,
Always
exactly.
question
You
what
need to
occasion
get.
it is for a man, a woman.
Especially if it's a get-well gift to a hospital.
You always ask, are there health restrictions that you know,
Right.
or diet restrictions?
Exactly, yeah. And I think the whole world is being more sensitive today to everybody. Years and years ago there was less sensitivity. Today we're really being more sensitive to what's going on. Let's talk about this. This is the Oh Mamma Mia pasta basket, okay? And what we've got in here, we've got some golden walnut products. We've got Monica's. We've got Cafe Dior, which is a cappuccino mix. We've got some Chucker cherries, some Asher's chocolates, Nicky's cookies, some Italian DiPrano products, La Piccolino, and then Fantasi. Now, look at what she's done. Look at the backrest concept. See that flare that she's got on this basket? So here's her backrest, and there's the side view of it so you can see. And the taller she can go, the more she can stack up that step concept using the handle or the basket rim as a first step, and then another step, and then another step. So and that's very good. And this is a Nalco cellophane that we have. So that's very good, ladies. That was really good. Let's talk about this one. Let's talk about that one. Here, we'll put that one. Take that one away. Yes. What was the price on this one? 65.
You have it on
I'm sorry.
And it's
$65. $65. Okay, that's a good value. That's a good value. All right, and this is a stack tower, and this is that sugar-free that Deborah was talking about, and it is, we've got Chucker cherries in there, Apex Nightinger, we've used some Nalco clear film and some other things. We've got Fantasi, we've got sugar-free pretzels of Asher's, some low-fat bagel chips, that sort of thing. I said to the girls, look, if you don't have a product that some of the vendors are supplying, use someone else's product. They know it's not a problem. Sugar-free cookies. Who are the sugar-free cookies from?
That is BP Gourmet.
BP Gourmet.
They're not one of the sponsors, so.
All right, so after the show is.
Yeah, I have a lot of candy, but not
All
that
right.
much on.
So come up and ask her if she knows the the company, and this is a fairly simple combination. She's doing the same thing. She's using the building block concept, and then attaching, making sure everything. And one of the advantages of a pre-custom packed product, first we get the surprise. People say to me, Tom, why is the gift basket industry so explosive? Why has it come so far? And I say, because when you get a single gift, it's two surprises. The first surprise of the gift itself. Then the second surprise when you open it to find the single gift. This, you're getting a gift. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got 6 different surprises in here because they can't see. All right? So when you individually wrap the products inside the basket, every time someone opens a new box, they're getting a new, especially if it happens to be something like, chocolate-covered potato chips or cashews or macadamia nuts, they're getting a new surprise every time they're wrapping it. And that's, in my opinion, what has driven the forces behind the gift basket business. That a gift basket has so many mini celebrations to it, and it can be themed to the individual customer, that it brings on a new excitement, All right?
I also like to look at it as far as color balance and doing things with a scrap paper. You may have 6 or 7 inches of one paper and 3 or 4 inches of another paper. It's not enough to wrap if you have a box that you need to wrap. So I like to take the paper, Scotch tape it together on the inside, and then make this little dual color, using a platform as one color, and then the box is single colors plus the duplicate, a double color. And also, when I have a bag or a product that doesn't fit the color combination, this colored cello wrap that matches the purple is perfect to just cello the bag of cookies. Even though it hides the product, everything is listed that is in the package. And this gives a good, for me, it gives a good eye balance to the colors that are in the package.
Fantastic. That wasn't as bad as going to the dentist, was it? Okay, Joanne, come on back. Come on, Joanne. Come on. What was the price? I think it was 60. This, the, 45. $45. $45. Yes. They're taking plain cardboard and wrapping it in gift paper. So, and they're charging for it too. Yeah, razor knife. Yeah. So I'm saying all those boxes that you're throwing away. Another thing, you could take a box, turn it into a tray, so it has a lip on it, so it has more of a container, foil wrap it, or gift wrap it, or Mylar wrap it, and again, charge a fee instead of throwing it out.
You can buy the pizza rounds too at a restaurant supply.
There you go, the pizza, little cardboard pizza rounds that will, do it. Yes?
How are people shipping chocolate in uncertain temperatures and preventing it from blooming?
Okay. During summer months, it's almost impossible unless you have some frozen packs, the solution packs. Almost every manufacturer, if they're sending chocolates out, they're sending them out in insulated boxes. So there's sometimes you're going to have to say to your customer, I will make this basket, but I'm fearful that when it gets to its destination, it's going to be melted. So I will give it to you. You know, this is another way of moving the responsibility for breakage away from you to them and saying, I'll make the basket, you ship it. We don't do that, you know, and that way you'll eliminate your problem. But most manufacturers, very few manufacturers ship chocolate during, you know, they'll send samples to other people, but, you know, September 1st, that it's an acceptable value because temperatures are low. But, all right. Pardon me?
UPS trucks are dark brown, boy, do they absorb.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you know, any FedEx or post office or whatever, that heat, you only need to go to 95 to 100 degrees for chocolate to start to melt and bloom, and then just look like one big milkshake that's sort of, you know, okay. Come on, Joanne, bring up, what do we have? What's next? Did we do the rocking horses? We didn't, good. Bring up the, I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't a question, it was just a comment. Sometimes there's ways to get around sending a chocolate without sending a chocolate, like fudge.
Okay, so fudge is not, doesn't have the same temperature melting.
It will get soft, but it will never melt.
John, at what temperature does fudge start to melt? John Glazier, what fudge?
I don't think it melts.
At 140 degrees, it'll do something.
You know, we send it all over to.
It'll just get shushy.
Softer.
It'll harden up again when it comes back to temperature. Okay, so there's another way to, I mean, there's a lot of other candy and confection choices that you can make, all right? Another option where you want to ship around the country, but you're afraid to ship breakage, you know, products are going to break. Put together 3 or 4 gifts that are all boxes that will not break. I mean, they might crush, but you say, someone says, I want to send a gift to California. You say, well, these are our 4 gifts that we make up that we do not have to be concerned about any breakage or spoiled, you know, that sort of thing. So again, design the packaging and design the package to fit your convenience. You want to be convenient to the customer and you want to give them all of the positives. But when it comes to damage, don't put yourself in a position where you're going to damage yourself. Joanne, tell us about the rocking horses.
They're for new babies. When my boss and his wife first started their business, they done lots of sympathy packages, like that kind of thing, and they wanted to do something more cheerful, keep our store looking fresh, and new babies is the way to go. I mean, any mom who comes in the store, grandparents come in the store, godparents, anybody, everybody's associated with a baby somewhere in their life one time or another, and it's a great gift that people come in. We can do them small, we can do them large.
So what do we have? We've got Peanut Patch, we've got Caribbean Cookie, California Pantry Gift Factory, and then we're using some of the Nalco products for wrapping. Then you've got some cellophane on here, some colored cellophane, and notice she's got the head of the product out. What she did was, I'm going to assume that you slid it here. Did you slid?
When I made the bag, we just put the bag down over it.
And then slid it.
Yeah, right.
And then taped it at either end. Yeah, okay, that's good. And then a small piece of Scotch tape here and over here will keep that from running, you know. So that's good. Charles, yes?
That was all heat sealed first.
Shrink.
Shrink wrap.
Right.
Then you cut it.
Well, what you did, you tell them what you did.
I just made the bag, out of the largest paper. We made the bag.
Right.
I set the finished product down inside the bag. This is the top of the bag that's open here.
Right.
I just.
She took the sealer and just crimped it over. See, now I would do it differently. I would take and tie this fellow's neck and squish just get him nice and tight. For me, it's giving me more control, but it's still doing the same function, you know, for her. This way I'm tying the string around the back and the film has been caught in the string, and when I go to shrink it, it won't pull, okay?
And we do different bows, like, I mean, this is just one of the packages. We make them with 2 bows. So the tighter that you pull it in the beginning, this is just more delicate to work with.
And then to get the ears out, all she has to do is just take and slit the film, and she brings the ears out, see? Yeah, fantastic. Very good, very good. Charles, how about taking one of these for a ride? Take that for a test ride around the block.
I don't think I'll fit.
Oh, you're past that point, young guy. There you go. Okay. All right, Diane. Yeah, I'm sorry. What would you say there? What are we selling them? $250, did you say?
2 to 250.
What does the rocking horse itself cost you?
Rocking horse retails, I think.
What I'm trying to say to you is measure what the customer is getting ready to purchase, because when you know the relationship of why that customer is buying the gift, then you know how much you're going to be able to. I can move this customer up to 200. You know, I was only figuring on $150, but now that I see that, my granddaughter will have this for the rest of her life. Yeah, see, so there's a good example.
I'm going to tell you a funny story.
Come on up here, Ron. Come on, Ron. You've not been up here. Come on, Ron. Come on, Ron.
One quick funny story. Years ago, we used to do a package, and it was not expensive. It was a red plastic rocking chair. Kid's rocking chair. Maybe this big. I remember delivering it because a very good customer, and I always said this, you could have the most dismal day for Tuesday because you had no orders yesterday, nothing's doing, and something important happens to one of your customers, and all hell breaks loose. If somebody dies, if a baby is born, all of a sudden, we've been in business at our store almost 20 years. The store is older than that, but we've been there 19 years. We have parents, grandparents, children, and grandchildren as our customers. They call us literally from all over the world, all right? If one big thing happens, I'll never forget, I delivered this rocker. It didn't stick out in my mind or anything, but about 3 years later, I went to the house to deliver anniversary flowers. Knew these people very, very well. The wife invites me in, and here's this 3-year-old sitting in my red rocker watching television. And it made it all worth it because it goes on, and there's an association with it. We've always gone with the point of view of practicality. A baby package moves through stages of time. That package will not be opened when the baby comes home from the hospital. That whole thing is going to go in the baby's room on a shelf and be a focal piece. Because that kid's not going to use that.
And then, because the parents want to show, everyone who comes into the baby room, and look what we got from grandmom, you see?
And also take advantage of, it's mercenary, but it's the truth. You've always got two sides to every story and every coin. Well, if you come in because your daughter had a child, her husband's got parents who are coming in, who's going to outdo the other? I'll take advantage of it because I want the bucks.
Well, I don't even think it's a matter of that. I think it's just human nature. Each set of parents wants to show their appreciation and their pride and everything else. Okay, Joanne, let's do another one. Come on, Joanne. Do the real big, the cradle, the baby cradle. Circle Florist does, magnify its efforts with the newborn trade. So, and this I thought this was pretty. This is cute. Okay, let me take the. All right, so this is a $150 gift. All right. Here, you take a hold of that. What's this say up here? It's a stork, it's a bunny, it's a girl. Okay, fantastic.
In the plant, so everybody knows.
Exactly. So the neighbors know that the child was born, and so we've got Cafe Dior products in there, and we've got Nikki's cookies, and we've got some little miniature teddy bears and bunnies, and some baby soaps, and some golden books, and golden walnut. There's some little hangers in there, and some Nalco Cosmic Shred, and I mean, this is beautiful. This is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, with using some of the tulle. Yes? Where do you get the cradle, Ron?
The cradle is
Let me turn it this way so they can.
American Plastics.
American Plastics?
They're out of Walled Lake, Michigan. You've got to buy tremendous quantity to buy direct, but that line is carried almost for us. It's one of your most common baby lines. Somebody else has a baby package here with a little jalopy in it. That's part of their line. They make
With a
wagons.
love bug.
They make
Walled and where?
Walled Lake, Michigan.
And what's the name of the manufacturer? American Plastic Toys. Okay. All right, so we've got some peanut patch in there, Nikki's Cookies, Golden Walnut, Cafe Dior, and look at the way she's mixed the tulle with the cellophane here. And the tulle is a Nalco product. So she's done another fantastic. Is Charles free to handle this, Charles?
I can take it around.
You want to take it around? Go ahead, you take it around. What did he say? Hey, Charles, I'm giving you a paycheck. Darn right. This isn't for free. Yes, question in the back. Stand up just a second so we can hear you.
How important is the back of your basket to look?
How important is the back of the basket to the image of the gift? Okay.
I make it look like the front.
Okay. And that's your choice. See, what did I say in the very beginning? I said, everyone has a different style. Everyone needs to do what they need to do, and I am not the final word, and neither are these people. You have to do what's going to satisfy you. If you feel that that back is unfinished, okay, finish it, all right? I'm simply saying that when I do a gift, I'm going to build it so that the entire contents are showing forward. Now, I don't know if you heard me say, let me take this. Front of gift, back of gift. So in the back of your gift, you could still have the product showing in an unwrapped fashion that's still going to show the product. You know, if you have two hubcaps on a car, you put them on one side when you drive down that side of the street. Now, but again, you have to do your thing. Do the thing that satisfies you. You can put that over on that side. Do the thing that satisfies you, that says, I need to do this. You know, people say to me, you know, why are your seminars so expensive? I said, because there's so much involved in the logistics of the hotel, moving the product around the country, all of that, that it's like an iceberg. You only see the very, very top. And I have standards. If I'm going to present a product to you that's going to educate you and put more money in your product, I need to make sure that these people are going to give me ideas that you're going to be able to use, you know, over the years, and the ideas that I'm going to give you the same way. So, you know, it's very easy to put on a seminar, but is it easy to put on a seminar that people are going to have 3 or 4 years? You know, I got that idea at a NALCO seminar. You know, that's basically what, you know. More questions? Yes.
Do we need to put the contents of the product?
I'm sorry. Stand up a second. What?
Is there a need for us to put the contents?
No. The reason I've asked each of the designers to do that is so that I can tell you what's in the basket, and then if you should see a certain product, very similar to what Ron was saying, this product comes from this certain company, that answers the question, and then you can go to the back of the book and find the manufacturer. So when I asked the girls to design, I said, just make sure you give me a list of the products that you put inside. You do not have to put any kind of a list, and you do not have to put any kind of a weight item on there because you're under a certain value. Yes?
In our store, in our state, I'm in New Jersey, as I said, I'm in a department store, and things that I put into the store to sell off the rack,
Right.
so to speak, have to have the weight on it.
Okay. All right,
I
so,
don't have to have ingredients listed, but it has to have total.
and that's because they probably are doing more than $1 million. Now, the law reads that if you're doing less than $500,000, you do not have to put pre-weighed items. I'm not sure exactly what the amount is, but I know that about 10 years ago that came up. The federal government was saying you have to label this and you've got to label that. And I can tell you right now, even if you didn't do it and you were supposed to, do you know how many people, government people are going to come after you?
Can I tell you how many times I had weights and measures come in?
Did they come in?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did 3 times in 2 years.
All right, so that's much more. I mean, I could tell you experiences of people that I've talked with that said, forget it. I haven't seen these people in ages. But because you're a department store, see, they only have a certain amount, FDA only has a certain amount of, and Weights and Measures only has a certain amount of people to do the job. If you're in a retail environment, you know, unless they're shopping in your store and happen to see a product unmarked, you know, and the most they're going to do is simply tell you to do it. That's all. You don't have to be concerned about it. Was there a fine? Yeah.
When you said approximately
Bring that.
$500,000, does that mean the total store or just?
I'm saying to you, I'm not sure of that figure. What you can do is call Weights and Measures, Pennsylvania, or the county Weights and Measures. See, because each state has its different rules.
Because I was just told for New Jersey, I have to have the weight.
Okay, see, and Pennsylvania you don't. Okay, so see, so it's the state or it's a local county that has enforced a law that says that. Okay, the girls from Wilkesboro are bringing a big gift. Why don't you, and also after this gift, why don't you bring up that very basic stack set with the, bring the other, that small one, the fudge tub and the little baby basket. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me turn, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't know those were yours. Okay. All right, so here we have a basket made on both sides. Hey, again, I'm saying, you have to do your thing. Tell us about this, Bonnie. We've got, come on, we've got.
I gotta tell you though, he did the shrink wrap on this for us.
Well, that was because I had stepped in and I was there and I said, well, you didn't have to tell them that.
I wanted to tell that because it's the truth. I don't want to ask you questions about it.
Basically I did the same thing. We simply made a bag, put the product in the bag, and notice we didn't do a flare top. All we did was take the gold ribbon and add that and enhance that.
There again, we do these big baskets basically for parties and any kind of affairs like that, for office parties. We do a lot for office parties and things like that. That's what you would make this big one. Or if you're going to somebody's house for the holiday.
Now this turned out great.
Didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And there's enough candy in there for everybody.
I heard you say two-sided basket. Well, we have to do some of those at times because the way our store, sometimes we have to do a two-sided basket.
No, but
the way our
what I
store
was
is
saying,
laid out.
what I was saying earlier was, you have to do what you have to do.
Right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
There's
like
a
it's all of us.
question in the back.
For office parties and the different corporate gifts, I noticed there are a lot of wine bottles being used and champagne bottles. As retailers, we cannot sell liquor. How do you get around that?
No, okay.
No, that's not true.
All right, let's let them answer it and then I'll give you.
No, we don't sell any of the liquor or anything like that, but if we put a basket together for somebody, and I have done it, where they'll bring in their own wine, we can do that. It's leaving the store, it's theirs. We didn't sell it to them, we're not being...
And that's not against the law. In other words, you can put a basket together in your store with a bottle of champagne and a little sign that says, we do this legally. And I already know where a number of retailers had this happen, where the state came in and said, well, we want to buy that. And they said, no, you as the customer have to go down the street to the state store, buy the product, bring it to us, we'll put it in the gift. See, the state is just concerned that they're getting their tax money and that the people who are selling it have a license to sell it. So you don't have to be. Now, I don't know, in Jersey, is there a problem in Jersey? In Maryland?
The same way that we don't have to do that, because there is an excellent line of non-alcoholic out.
Yes.
And it tastes just exactly like it.
Yeah.
And the bottles look just exactly like
We have
the
a cider one.
Allstays.
Yeah. Okay. There's Martinelli's Sparkling Cider.
Sparkling cider.
There is Ariel out of California. They're out of Napa. They have a non-alcoholic champagne and Chardonnay. And there's 3 or 4 companies in the United States that sell non-alcoholic products. And you should see some people downstairs at the convention, at the trade show. Yes? Question?
What brand does he use?
There's a couple out. We found Sutter Home.
Yeah, Sutter Home.
Zinfandel and the Allstays, both. We started with them last year, and they were excellent.
Yeah.
And you also, by doing that, you don't offend somebody that might be trying to quit or things like that.
Rick.
Or sometimes you offend a corporate if you send alcohol into a business.
Yeah. Who is the distributor for Sutter Home here?
I don't know.
I'm thinking Haddon House.
C and C, I think it's a C&C Sales or something down in Maryland does it.
Yeah, yeah. What you need to do is call Sutter Home in St. Helena, California, and ask them who they have distributing, because they also have pasta sauces. I think they're coming out with a cappuccino line. Sutter Home Vineyard, and okay.
We also we make chocolate champagne bottles too. And it's all wrapped in foil.
And they foil wrap it, yes.
Yeah, we foil wrap it.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
serves the purpose.
Okay, let's take this one back and bring the 2 smaller ones up. Here, in fact, I'll put it right here. This, yeah, what was the price of that? $200? Yeah, that's a pretty basket. Yeah, what, this? Isn't this cute? This is cute. Now,
These are great for teachers' gifts.
exactly. This is a super Christmas. Now, I mean, A minute? A minute?
That is a great pick.
We have a gift buyer, and I don't know where Donna would buy it.
Yeah.
Just so, is that yours?
No, this is not ours. This is not ours. But it's a fudge tub.
No, tub of
No?
pretzels.
Tub of pretzels, sorry. Thought it was, it's just a plastic tub with a lid, and then you can put anything in it, you know?
No, not that one, Tom.
No?
That's specifically our product.
Okay.
And it's a tub of pretzels, and then at Christmas time, we get
No,
tub
but
of smidgens.
what I'm saying is, within the packaging industry, just like a deli tub, it's just like a deli tub with a lid. For them to do it, yeah, exactly. For, you know, so where you're taking a, you know, just a food service container with a lid that snaps on, putting the product in, snapping it, and then doing the foil or the cello or the tint, you know. This is a Nalco product. This is called Snowfall, and it shows up really nice. These are angels shoveling snow from heaven. And if I want this to stand up, all I need to do is scotch tape it. You know, do we have some scotch tape on it? Whatever, that's all right.
During the holidays, like for Mother's Day, what we do with these things too is we take, before we even put it all together, we'll get a flower, you know,
Like a
silk
bloom,
flower,
a silk flower
and we'll
bloom
put it
coming
in,
out.
and we'll attach it in the center, and then we bring it up. And everybody thinks it's a potted flower, but there's candy in there too, so they're real happy about that.
Yeah.
And then we also have a ceramic pot, like you would put a plant in or something. We drop this right in it, and it looks so pretty for Mother's Day, Easter.
Yeah. This I thought, when I saw this, I said to Diane, I said, this is quick, fast, profitable, zip. It's for the aunt who's going to visit a lot of children, and she wants to get, and you know, what does this retail for? The
$7.95.
yeah, you see?
Well, $7.95.
$7.95, and it can be done, you know, ripping
This
sheets of
retail
cello.
would be $6.95 because we don't have a pick. This
Okay.
one is $7.95.
All right, so the pick adds to the cost. So let's pass these out to the audience.
You guys sell those ready to go?
Yes.
There's one.
And
Here, I'm gonna let you,
Mother's Day,
Marie, here.
Easter, we
Thank
make
you.
tons of them. We make it like a plant stand, like you would have it for, and they just go like crazy.
Yeah, because you're adding the silk, and here's something quick and easy. I mean, you can be deaf, dumb, and blind and do this.
You told us to
You
do
know?
that.
I was trying to make it easy.
You told us to do that.
I was trying to make it easy. They said, don't make us work too hard. You're not supposed to tell these secrets. This is behind the scenes. No, I'm saying they are. Yeah. No, I said to Diane, let's do something simple, you know, because everyone let me see a show of hands. How many women in the audience have children? Look, if you have children, if you've given birth to children, you've done the impossible. This is frou-frou. And how many women in the audience haven't given birth to children or expect to? You are capable of the impossible. You just haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, this is fun. These they do not wet themselves. They bring you money. They don't take money from you. Okay? All right? So, I mean, when someone says to me, you know, they see a difficult gift, and they say, oh, I can't do that. I said, I'll bet you can. Aurora, I know you could make this gift this high. No, Tom. I said, for $10,000, Aurora. Oh, motivation. You see, everything is motivation. Just show me the money. I'll do it. Show me the money. So what I'm saying is, one way or another, you're going to create the gift. You know, use your imagination. You know, do some wild things. Don't be afraid to break some of the rules. As far as I'm concerned, the only rules that we have are the 10. There's actually 12 commandments. I don't know. You saw the 11th commandment. See, Moses came down the mountain with 12 commandments. He broke 2. The 11th commandment was, thou should drink 2 vessels of red wine for your cholesterol. And we just found that out recently. Okay. So tell me about this gift that I asked you to do.
We had the double blind come in and do it. Okay. We have down in here pretzel logs.
Okay, so Gertrude Hawk pretzel logs.
This is basically all Gertrude Hawk pretzel
Okay,
log,
and
and then
then
we have
Peanut Patch
Peanut Patch.
and Neighbor's Coffee. Right, and this was, with the doll, what was, and the doll was $18.
Right.
So we're looking at about a $45 to $50 gift.
Right.
The thing is, there's very little hard time packing here.
Very
You've got
simple,
1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 2 cylinders. The most
It's a
the
quick
most that you're going
gift.
to have to take time to do is gift wrapping with the paper. There's your time. And then she made
Regular wrap.
she made a bag, put the product in the bag, tied the child here, and then did some
And
flare
this is
back.
neat, because we have it for different,
Yeah.
She shrink wrap.
right. This
Shrink
one,
wrapped
yes,
it.
This one we did shrink wrap.
Shrink wrap the bottom, soft wrap the top. Okay. So let's put this one over here. Do we have any more of yours? What else do we have?
Teachers and a
What is that? What's the one that's got its back to? Or why don't you get the pyramid? You know that pyramid idea that you thought was a good idea? Come on, get that one. That's a good one. I'll tell you, my designers are telling tales out of school. Here, Bob, here.
Yeah, we don't,
I said to them, I said, look, this is going to be fun. Don't get nervous. These people, you know, have gone through the same thing that you've gone through, and it's just a matter, and you'll never see them ever again.
this is a retirement one.
There we go.
We do get requests for retirement. This basically just pertains to, you know, actually it's the guy, you know, so we just got a can of goodies and sat the little bear on top of it. There's a retirement mug and a coffee and there's assorted nuts as our base. And then in the back we used the chocolate cigars. And then you can just not do a lot of fuss with this. You just do a tailored bow and voila, you're done in a few seconds with these bows.
So you mentioned the chocolate cigars.
I mentioned the
Okay.
chocolate cigars.
And is this a Gertrude Hawk product? No?
No, that's from.
Okay. I'm going to say Madeline Chocolates down on the convention floor, on the trade floor, has cigars. And obviously for a gentleman, you know, cigars right now are very, very in, you know, and these don't happen to stink. So they'll be consumed quickly.
We do use Madeline.
Yeah,
The
I'm
majority
sure.
of our foil things we get from Madeline, we used, yeah.
Yeah. Let me give you the priority. Here, put that down. Put that down. Let me give you the priority of, you know, what's the most popular gift as a gift basket of choice. It has to be anything in chocolate, anything that you know, that's going to go onto the tongue very, oh, that's good, give me some more. I think I'll have, let me try that again, you know, that sort of thing. Anything in a snack, cookie, you know, bulk candy that's easy to unwrap is also second choice. Anything that is prepared, all right? Pasta baskets look great, and ethnic basket foods, anything in cans or in jars or in sauces, they have to be prepared. So that means, and I'm going to say right now, I could go into everyone's kitchen, go into a certain corner cabinet, and there are 10 gourmet food products in there waiting for you to prepare them. You put them in there after you've got them and you still haven't gotten around. So what I'm saying is, if you're sending something to a hospital, it should be smaller portions, teas, coffees, things that someone is going to be able to eat in the hospital and enjoy. If it's going to a home, especially with children, you want to be mindful of, you know, that sweet side of the gift. But priority, chocolate, snacks, cookies, specialty foods, and then into ethnic, you know. So let's see. So this was the Happy Retirement, and this one we priced at 40 to 45.
Right.
Correct? Okay, good. All right. Then did we talk about this one?
Yeah.
We talked about it. See, I'm over 50. You have to remember. I can't. The thing that I really regret is losing my mind. Okay. Let's talk about this one.
Or get well.
This is your speedy recovery?
Yes, it's our
Okay.
speedy recovery, and what we have in here, we have peanut butter smidgens, which is our product, then we have solid, or no, something else. I think we used all peanut butter smidgens to do this
Well,
gift, because it was all the same size.
Yeah, the same size box. So what we can do is, you know, offer 3 different varieties using the same style box to get the A-frame effect and then you made a bag, and you put Mr. Teddy Bear on the outside of the bag.
And he has Boo Boo Band-Aids he's holding, which is chocolate.
Chocolate, that's
They
cute,
figure to harm.
you know.
Then we have the tea back here. Now that's an outside
In the back, there's some
product.
tea and some honey in there. Is it honey also? Tea and honey.
Right. And then the Get Well mug.
And there's a mug in there. Yeah, fantastic.
We try to use the colors of the bear.
Right.
wrapping paper.
We tried
Right,
to
to
coordinate
coordinate.
the color.
Yeah. That's $55.
The bear is 18. Oh, yeah, the bear is 18.
Yes.
And our candy alone is
Question?
18.
The tea and honey is one of Pelican Bay's products.
Right.
Is it?
yes.
Okay, Pelican Bay?
It's down in
Okay.
Pelican Bay.
What would you do with the condolence basket?
A sympathy basket? Are you saying a sympathy? Yeah. I would do the chocolates, the cookies, the snacks, possibly, depending on ethnic, dried fruit, you know, sugared fruit, apricots, you know, that sort of thing. And that's more traditional. And Ron, that's what I was just going to say. Bring that up. That's one that we didn't touch on. It was a low, flat tray. Now, this is one of their specialties. Let me show it for the TV, first of all. And Ron, what do you have in here? You have nuts.
You've got a listing.
You've got.
All right, we've got some sponsor products.
All right. You grab a hold and read it.
Here, you read that, I'll hold it.
Okay, you hold it.
You do that better than I do.
All right. So we've got some Asher's chocolates. I'm sorry.
Well, actually, what we did is we deal in Asher's loose bulk as well as the package. This is Asher's nonpareils, probably one of the finest nonpareils on the face of the earth. Go ahead.
And you've got peanut patch, and then we've got we've got dried apricots.
Right, and you've got this.
And these are, that is
Willingham Manor.
Willingham Manor. But what's this?
They are Chewies. They're out of California.
Okay.
It's a Schnecken. They are also exquisite, just like your grandmother made.
And this is what, dried?
That's dried pears.
Dried pears. See, so this has a look all its own, and it's a portion of this, a portion of that, portion of this, and the way Joanne has finished it off with the looping of the ribbon is very unusual. Charles, I have another basket for you to take around. How much was that?
This one's 50.
A flat tray, a flat wicker tray.
The only thing that we use is you can use like an Easter grass or a shredded material, only because the basket does have a little bit of a lip, just to level it out so that the goods don't sink in.
And that basket is much more flexible. It's not a rigid basket. It's a Philippine basket.
So there's
But-
no compartments in it?
No,
Correct.
no.
It's an absolute
He's doing individual packs to go in there.
What we do is we take a portion of goods, and it varies dependent upon the goods. And we get a flat film from Tom, not a center-folded film, that we cut into squares. And we make the equivalent of the bundle that a hobo has on the end of his stick in miniature. And then we turn that upside down so that the gathered end is at the bottom, and sit it
Like a
on the tray.
pancake, almost like a pancake.
Right. And the girls can work it, they can shape it, they can squash it. Chocolate-covered pretzels, they get arranged. You can't just dump them in, they would look ugly. But M&Ms would drop right in. And then you can mix it as well with the other goods.
And how much was it?
$50.
$50?
We make them in our shop from about 15 and up.
Right, yes.
I just wanted to say, when you were talking about Gertrude Pumps, we carry their peanut butter smidgens that are sugar-free are out of this world.
Oh, yes.
We are
Yeah.
very fussy about the chocolate.
Do we have anybody
We have a
here from
very
Gertrude
good
Hawk
line,
Wholesale?
sugar-free.
She'll give them an order right now.
Oh, you will be ordering from me.
No, they're downstairs tomorrow. Yes.
He individually packages the pretzels and that's
What he's doing is he's taking about a 15-inch square of film,
and that's
shrink film, yes. Now, he can shrink it if he wants. What he'll do is he'll take like a tub, put the film in the tub, empty a measured content in, twist tie it, turn it upside down, either keep it round or make it flat, or put it however he wants, and then if he wants to control it, he'll shrink it. So, I mean, it can go into your tray flat or into your basket flat or whatever. Yeah, oh yeah. But the twist tie is going to do the same thing, because once the customer gets it and opens it and rips it, now they've got to either eat it all or find it, you see? So having the twist tie gives them the ability to use it as a bag.
Right, and what we actually do is we have a girl who sits and does nothing but bundles all day. Because I'm serious, we'll ship out 30 or 40 of those a day, varying from yay big to, so you can use as many as 15 or 20 bundles in one tray.
Are we all right? I don't want to be standing in your
So
way.
then, do you have to follow health department standards
bin when you?
I haven't as yet, because I usually throw the health department out when they walk in the door. That's the truth. I had them come in and they started with sales tax, and I said, whoa. I said, you go to a supermarket, they sell you, they don't charge you tax. This is food. I've won the argument for 20 years so far. So, you know, it's a difficult thing because, and we always said this, my accountant gets nutsy with me because we don't do an inventory on computer. And I said, how could you? A girl starts out with an empty tray, and then she goes to the bins and takes one of this and one of this and goes in the fridge and gets dried fruit. How are you going to make an inventory on this item? How are you going to make a label on it? So we just...
Question.
Just because I handle the Jelly Bellies in bulk, I'm in Florida, the health department inspects me every year, and I couldn't get out of it, but they just come and inspect, and so.
Well, yeah, they
As
do.
long as you're meeting their standards, there shouldn't be a problem.
Sometimes they play games. We used to have a legitimate candy counter where we sold by the quarter pound, half pound. And they used to come in and buy undercover. And then they would come back in and hit you with, well, we bought this, and we'd like to return it to get our money back.
2 more?
Hey, you bought it, it's yours. You left my
Yeah,
store,
bring
I'll
it.
take it back.
Yeah,
But they
yeah.
actually came in one day and said, you sold us this hard candy and you put too much in the bag. And I looked at him and I said, sir, if I want to give my store away, you can't tell me different. And then he started with, well, you have to know the weight of the wrappers because you have to put a net weight. And I said, where am I supposed to do that? Isn't it a little unhealthy to unwrap the candy and weigh it and put it back in the wrapper? I won that argument too.
Okay, good. All right, I'm going to invite the girls from We're Not All Nuts up. They're going to bring a Hanukkah gift. Wasn't that good? This is not Hanukkah. I can tell. Huh? Yes, it certainly is a little Christmassy. Come on, Patty, tell us about this.
Okay, again.
This is a Christmas theme.
This is all, again, on the small board that someone questioned. All it is cardboard. It's just the top of a box. I double it. Make sure you double it. You tape it together.
Put it
You need
over
that
there in the corner.
support. The smaller square that you use, the larger your gift appears. Okay? And it's all in anchoring. It's all in, you can take any of these boxes, again, like Tom talked about the back. I've got a big box across the back, and here, that's the backboard. So you can build anything and everything on that little square. And you just keep building
Here,
from
lift.
there.
All right, we want to lift it? Is that what you're saying? Go around the back. Let's go around the back, okay?
Just use boxes for a backboard.
Yeah. See, so she's using either sticker doos or Scotch tape to adhere.
It just, you know, your trick is to anchor the box. Because we do a lot of shipping, 50 to 60, 70 packages a day are just shipped. Not just picked up and delivered, but shipped out to different parts of the country, so they have to be anchored. And again, you start on the board and you just build. The bigger they get, the better. Pardon me?
Anchoring the boxes on an angle.
It works for me, I'm lucky.
Well, now, okay. Using 2-inch tape,
Seriously.
you can give a slight slack to that box. And then backing it up. And all I can do is say to you, think of going back to kindergarten and building blocks with adhesive and putting it together. And what you're doing is you're locking these boxes together with either sticker doos or Scotch tape or glue, you know, and you're holding the boxes together and making this, you know, this semi-pyramided type of thing.
You can angle anything, just Scotch tape works.
See, and she
Tom
has,
said,
look,
don't be afraid of
she
Scotch
has a
tape.
counterbalance here in this one box.
I have a 2-pound box.
See, here,
Like
let me just lift. See, as much as this is back heavy, this box in the front is counterbalancing that weight. See it right here? See how it sticks out from that? You see what I'm doing? So what's happening is that 2-pound box is helping to counterweight any heavy weight up here that would make it top heavy to fall backwards. See. Let's talk about some of the products. We've got Apex Nightingers, Beverly Hills Chocolates, we've got White House Coffee, Golden Walnut, Bird Cookies. They're in the back of your book, some Long Grove Confection, some Gertrude Hawk, some Torn Ranch, Asher's. So there's a lot of product in this gift, and it has a whole different look than a basket. And the 20% that she would normally use for the basket, maybe she's using 5% or 4% to cover her cost in making a profit on the cardboard, and then she's putting that other 15% into either product or into time to create, see? All right? Yeah, that was good.
$125.
That was good. Very nice. Very nice. Deborah.
And Hanukkah, we have
And Hanukkah, let's not
70
forget.
days to celebrate.
Yeah.
So here we have.
Okay, I got you. All right.
All kosher food products, because you don't want to take a chance on bringing a Hanukkah gift to someone's house, and then they may not, if they do keep a kosher home, the product would just sit there and be tossed out. So all these products from our sponsors are kosher. We have a little Hanukkah there.
Here, bring, the Hanukkah bear is
And
from
I
where?
had his little ears sticking out.
Sticking out?
That
Good.
was not, that was just one that we had at the store for one of our,
Who is it?
Russ, yes.
Berry? Okay.
And then we have the popcorn, we have Fantasi.
Fantasi?
We have, you have the list of the.
Yeah, here. And
Ashes.
why don't you show them what you've done? Now, this time what she's done is she's taken the cardboard and folded it in half. Instead of it being flat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so she's creased the cardboard with a scissors and folded it, and then probably taken 2 pieces of Scotch tape and supported it here? Okay, now she has that backrest. Thank you. She has that backrest going up. So there's different ways that you can use the cardboard to give additional support. See it? See the cardboard here? And then it's coming down here. So she's made an L shape on that. Now
With
this
the
looks
Asher's
good.
pretzels, I took that on to build it and give it some backboard height, so that by the time I put the rest of the products, it had something to lean against. So not only the backboard of the cardboard that was wrapped, but then the larger narrow box of the Asher's pretzels was a good piece to use to also build the gift with.
All right, and then the streamers in the front. This is a Nalco bow for Hanukkah that we can give you, a pull bow. So I mean, see that little alcove in there? She's used some type of adhesive to hold, what are they, nuts in there, or, I can't see, it's chucker cherries. Chucker cherries, you know, yeah. So, you know, again, this is modern contemporary art, where there's no basket and everything is being stacked on different box levels and in different angles, which gives a whole different, you know, look to the gift. Very good. Joanne, come on, what else do you have, Joanne? Bring us, yes, I'm sorry.
What kind of a design fee are you charging on these things when there isn't a basket?
The same, it has to do with the element of time and the retail price. We're going to charge 10% of the retail, you know, of the retail sale for your time. So if you're doing, let's say, a $45 basket, and you can do it in 15 minutes, you're gonna wind up at $18 an hour for your designer. So you're making a profit on the designer's time, and you have to do that. Okay, Joanne, what do we have here? Christmas holiday. Here, grab. Is this the wrong slip? But that's all right. That's not a problem. Here, you hold on to that. We've got Monica's cookies in here. We've got, let's see, we've got Buckeye beans. We've got Nikki's cookies. We've got Pelican Bay in there. We've got some, that is the Chase collection. We've got Neighbors Coffees and Teas. And almost all of the items that she has in there are red, green, oriented, or have a Christmas, you know, touch to it. Fantasi popcorn, and then look at what she's done with the pine cones. All right, she's Scotch taped the ribbon in a flare type fashion, and then she's tied with some wire. She's tied the pine cones onto the wire. This is very pretty. This is very nice. Where is he still carrying that around over there? Okay, put it back over on that table and come back, Charles, and we'll give you another one to carry around. Okay, this is pretty. The mugs in this gift are from Cafe Dior, which is the espresso company. And here she's used a Nalco lace bow and some of Huh? You're not getting tired yet, are you? No, I didn't think so. There you go. Grab a hold of that. Thanks. Okay, this is cute. Again, you know, a simple, inexpensive, but lots of character to it. You talk about it, Joanne.
We have tons of mugs in our store for new babies, new houses. Just one bundle of candy in the bow. It's cheap and expensive. We can put the balloon in it, not put the balloon. For $15, anybody can come in and buy a present. It's the mug was in the box, so we just use it as the platform. You can make it the same without it.
Okay, let's talk about empty boxes and a gift. You have to really, there's only one industry that can get away with empty boxes in a gift, and that is the fragrance industry. What they do is they'll take a bottle of perfume out of the box, put the box in there, and because they've educated their customer that way, the department stores are able to get away with it. There's only one reason why I would ever pack a grouping of boxes from one to whatever into a gift, and that would be for April Fool's gift. If I was making a gift and it was empty and it really looked good, you could probably sell them for about $25. 50, you know, I mean, there's another gift opportunity. You know, there are crazies out there, and if it happens to be a full moon on April 1st, they'll do anything. So, you know, and you know, the weight of an empty gift, you know, it feels like it's worth about 5 ounces. So as soon as the person gets it, they say, April Fool. But you have to be careful of that. And the other thing is you have to be careful of the new divorce gift. And I've had some people call me on the phone and say, you know, somebody wanted a gift sent to a certain person, and that person happened to be married, and that person did not want to receive the gift. And so, I mean, you really have to be very sensitive to what's happening in our social circles today, you know. Deborah, come back up here and talk about your snack. You have this snack gift that we're starting to talk about. Talk about that. Pick up that microphone.
This is our junk food junkie box, and we have a lot of young children that come in after school to pick up candy, so we sort of know, we have our handprint on the kinds of candies kids like. A lot of times people want to come in and they're going to someone's house and they want to get something because there are a number of children in the family. So therefore we know the candies that they generally like, and this is filled with things like the giant jawbreakers, the popcorn warheads, bubble gum, cookies, jelly bellies, gummy bears. The gummy things are very popular, so gummy dinosaurs, gummy bears. We also have some Nikki's cookies in here, and I think that's about it.
And this is a fast gift, yeah. It's a fast gift to create.
And it's just done in little plastic bags. And then the candy products are self-wrapped, so you just put them in a little fan arrangement, and there's the gift.
Okay.
This one came out to $35.
$4 retail and $31 from your local dentist.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Ron and Joanne come up here without any gifts, and just let's talk about, for about 3 or 4 minutes, just some store philosophy, I think, and maybe any Mr. Spokesperson, keep the mic up to your, right up there.
Okay.
There you go.
One comment. Somebody asked about the back of the basket, and I'll relate it as a story, and you'll know where we come from, and I consider us to be successful. If it works for you, you do it. I remember my wife walking into the back room, totally not packaging related, this story. And one of my girls was making a rose corsage. And we usually use whatever it is, so and so many roses to a rose corsage. And my wife walked in and she said, add 2 more roses to that. Now she was literally giving those roses away. The price had already been quoted. Corsage might have been paid for in advance. It didn't matter. It's the quality of our product that represents us. So if you're going to give $1 away, you give $1 away. Chalk it up to goodwill and advertising. If you send out, I step in and help out where my drivers, you know, may get backed up, and I go out and deliver. I've gone to hospitals and I watch another guy delivering, and he'll deliver a flower arrangement and it's not wrapped. To me that's disgusting. This is a gift. It should be wrapped somehow, some way. Someone care enough to send it. They're paying you. You should care enough to make the right presentation. To walk in with bare naked flowers looks ridiculous. To walk in with bare naked flowers and have the back be bald and the foam show, forget it. But this is what happens. You're only as good as your last package. The minute you mess up, they're going to remember you.
This was not rehearsed. He just said what I was about to say, that, you know, quality never costs you. It always pays. We see it in you buy a product on sale and you think you're getting a value until you recognize that, hey, this product isn't the same as what I've been using and it doesn't come up to spec. So that's number one. The other thing is that quality never goes out of style. It really doesn't. If you continue to sell quality in the products that you're offering to your consumers, they'll continue to buy them, all right? You can't pull anything over on the consumer today. Just like you, I mean, they're right up there with the cell phones and the business and the computers and the whole 9 yards. So if you sell a product that doesn't come up to spec, they'll forgive you once and they'll forgive you a second time. But the third time, zap, they're on their way to another store. Go ahead, Joanne. Go ahead,
We
jump
do
in.
lots of phone orders in our store, and the last thing I tell everybody when we're done the order is, I'll take good care of it for you. Most of the people come back to us over and over again, and I say the same line all the time, and they always say to me, that's why I called you, because they know I'm going to give it my whole heart.
And that's a confirmation and an affirmation that, look, you've given us your trust. It goes back to what I said in the beginning. We're going to take care of this order and make sure that it's up to our quality and up to your quality so that you're going to be satisfied.
They shouldn't have to worry anymore. Once the order's ours, it's our problem, then not theirs.
I always tell
We're gonna
customers
take care of it.
something. Always remember, they're going to see our name because our sticker is on the front of that package before they know who that package is coming from, because to get to that, they've got to open an envelope upon which our name is also. So we're putting our name out twice, and I don't want to put my puss out there to get my block knocked off.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much. All right, Diane and Bonnie, come on up. Come on up. This will be the last time now. Wasn't this fun?
Yes.
Wasn't this was much? Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. Okay. I mean, how long have you been with Gertrude Hawk now? How long have you been a store manager?
Oh, golly, well, I'm with the company 18 years.
Okay.
And I guess about 7, 8 years management.
Okay, and Bonnie?
I've been a manager for 11 years, and I'm also an area manager for a year.
All right, so give us your, I mean, what's the corporate spirit and the corporate philosophy of Gertrude Hawk?
The number one thing with Gertrude Hawk is customer service. They stand behind their products 100%, and they take anything back. They take sometimes nothing back. It's just, it's our policy. Anything the customer wants, they get. They're our priority. No matter who walks through that door, it doesn't matter who they are, they're our number one priority, and we take care of them, and that's the way they want us to treat them. That's the way we do treat them.
Okay.
And they're very happy about that, and they tell us that all the time.
That's the name of the game. You're going to, I can tell you right now, in this audience, 85% of you will say, hey, this was really a good seminar. I got a lot out of it. 10% of you will say, well, it was okay, but you didn't cover this. And we can't cover in 5.5 hours what I could talk about for 2 weeks, okay? And then there's about 3 or 4 people say, you know, I didn't like it at all. I didn't get a thing out of it. So I'm telling you, after doing 65, this is the consensus. So there's that small 5% of the population that no matter what you do, you cannot satisfy them. And even if you gave them the money to attend, they would still find, you know, some kind of fault. So, you know, I think that as long as you stand behind the products that you're selling and give, you know, I did not show you one thing. This is what I call my product integrity gift. I bought this gift for $18.95 at a store. And I said, geez, this is a perfect example to show for someone who thinks they're doing baskets and who's trying to sell a product but doesn't have the foggiest idea of value presentation or anything. I mean, look, this was 1895. No, no, no. So this has a lack of product integrity. Customer comes in and goes like that. Oh, that's a really nice basket. And they back out of the store like this, you know. So, you know, quality never goes out of style. I like to show this sign. You know, we're all familiar with claustrophobia, but you know, our customers have claustrophobia. They're afraid of high prices, but they're only afraid of high prices when the vanity of the purchase is not there. When they're buying something for someone who's important, they'll spend the extra money. Yeah, they'll spend the extra money.
That is the truth. We have all kind of gift price ranges, and it seems there's some reason customers come in, if they like that gift and they're gonna buy it for someone special, they will spend $10 to $150. It doesn't matter, as long as the presentation is there and it's for somebody special. Price, we've never had a problem with price.
Thank you, thank you. Bless you, my children. Okay, ladies. Come on up here. This is the easy part. Wasn't all today easy? Wasn't it all?
This is the real easy part.
Yeah,
No,
well.
seriously, because
Yeah.
I walked into our store looking for a thank you gift and left for a job. Seriously,
There you
never
are.
got the
There you
gift,
go.
but I left with the job because it's the
Fantastic.
greatest place to work. And I
Yeah.
think we've never placed an ad in a newspaper. We haven't. We've never advertised
Oscar.
in 20 years.
Place an ad. Place an ad, Oscar.
We have not
That's great.
placed an
That
ad
is
in
great.
20 years.
That's great.
It's all word of mouth, and we're a family in that store, and I think it shows in the product and what we do. I really do. Our customers come in, and it's fun. We have fun there, and I think our customers are satisfied. I mean, a lot of, at least
They have
50%
to
of
be.
our business.
They have to be. Oscar is in a strip shopping center where every store has gone out of business from him, but him, right? Didn't you tell me that? He's been there, what, 24 years? Oh, that was the post office. You can't figure that they're still there. They're always going to be there, you know.
But I would say at least half of our business is over the phone. So they must trust us, and they must like what we do. And I'm never concerned about what we send out of the store. I'm really not. Only because I think customer satisfaction has been taught to us to be very important, and I think they get that from us. But again, because we're fun there.
Yeah.
We have
yeah.
fun. You know that.
Sure.
We're
Yeah.
a fun place.
I mean, if you can go to a job that you happen to really like, I mean, that's a blessing in disguise. Not too many people can do that today.
No, but we're fortunate.
See what this young lady has to say.
We also have a number of developments in the area that we live that have young children, and they start coming in, as I said before, when they are in grade school. These youngsters come into the store and they'll say, "Can I have a job?" And we'll say, "How old are you?" And they'll say, "I'm 10." And we'll say, "Come back in 6 years." And they do.
And they
come back
do.
every 2 years, and they have us write down their name and their ages. And by the time they're 15 or 16, they're still coming in. And a lot of them get hired, and then they send their sisters and brothers as they grow up. The parents come in, the kids keep coming back, they move away and come back as customers themselves. They're customers as young children, and remain customers as young adults. And I think that shows that they're happy, the families are happy, and our business goes on. We've even had people move out of the area that have taken our phone number and call us up long distance. We have a customer from Arizona who used to live in the area and sends gifts locally only through us, because she knows that the gifts that we send out look lovely. She knows that everything is fresh, the presentation is beautiful, and comes back to us time and time again to send out a gift. She says, "I know I'm always satisfied with what you send, because I always get a call, a thank you from the people who have received it, to say how wonderful everything was and how great everything tastes."
And that goes back to that trust that we were talking about. Ladies, I thought you did a wonderful job. Wonderful job. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to go back. I just want to run through very quickly the names of the sponsors again. And when you talk with these people, you know, mention that you saw their name here. Asher's Chocolates, Apex Nightinger, Buckeye Beans and Herbs, Bird Cookie, Cafe Dior, Caribbean Cookie, Chase Collection, Chocolate by Design. They're downstairs. Asher's is downstairs. Chucker Cherry, Classic Manufacturing, Cohen Drew Baskets, the Company of the Philadelphia Gentleman, which is, you know, we didn't really mention that. He has tea columns, and his box was in, he has a beautiful English country hunt box that's on the front of that big tall gift that I had. It's really very pretty. The DiPrano Company, which basically sells a lot of Italian products, Empress Chocolates, Fantasi, the Gift Factory, Herman Golitz, which is Jelly Bellies, Golden Walnut, Judith's Mountain, Martha's Vineyards Tea, the McCann Brothers Basket People, Neighbors Coffees, Nikki's Cookies. A few more. Nalco International, Pasta Mama, Peanut Patch, Pelican Bay, Peter's Imports, which we really didn't touch on. They sell the Lint line, La Piccolina, which is an Italian biscotti and wine sticks company, Spar Sausage, Torn Ranch, Venus Wafers, White Coffee, and then Willingham Manor. Let me take you now to the very back of the dynamics of you. And let me find, I don't know how many, let me turn this off. I don't know how many blessings you feel you have. You know, again, we talk about want. I want a big house. I want a big car. I want a big check. I want. And I think every one of us does that. But honestly speaking, I saw everyone except one person walk in here, and I happen to know why she's on a crutch. Everyone walked in here on their own physical two legs. So if your arms work and your legs work and your eyes work and your ears work, you know, it's something that we really do take for granted. We take it for granted until we see someone who's in a wheelchair, or I saw a fellow downstairs working in the show who's lost an arm, and here he is, one arm, and he's pushing this trolley with another arm. And what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the year, we all take an assessment for our Uncle Sam, for our controllers and bookkeepers, for our accountants, but we never assess our own body. We never assess our own life, and we never assess the spiritual element that we have from the providence of God. So let's assume, Maria, what would you say your legs are worth? $20 million? Okay. And your arms? $20 million, and your eyes. So let's assume that all of your body parts are worth $1 million. Maria, you are the $1 million woman. Okay? What about all the other elements? Your heart, your mind, all of the energy that you expand. How about the energy that we all bring to family and friends? You know, we always think in our own way, in our own circle, how things affect us. But look at the example that you set for your family, for your business people, the people that you deal with every day of your life. They spend money with you, you spend money with them. You bring them commerce, they bring you commerce, okay? All of these people interact and they judge you. And they say, this is a good person. This is a good person. Today, especially, we need more good people in our world. All right? So I said to you, you're worth $100 million. Now, I'm trying to see, Aurora is next to you. Aurora, would you say your heart's worth $1 million? No? Too low? No. I mean, and how about your mind? And how about your voice? And how about all of those other elements that go along with Aurora? Another $100 million? And how about all of the trust and the character and the honesty and the integrity and all of those things that you bring that are what I call treasuries of an individual that you bring to your job and to your life and to your family? These are all important because when you find people who respect you for those values, it's important to all of us. Okay? So today you walked in here never realizing just how wealthy you were. I'm sure that if I asked, how many people in here have had dreams come true? Children, business, family, marriage, career, whatever, you know. We all get that chance to be successful in life. But we have to ask for it, all right? I'll give you something that I've never given any other audience. I'm a great believer in spiritual divine providence and guardian angels. There are 3 voices that you hear during your daily day. You know, you wake up in the morning, let's see, Tom, fingers are working, toes are working, you know, I have a scratch. You know, this is your body. Your body's telling you, oh, I don't feel good today. Oh, I feel great today, absolutely fantastic. And your body is talking to you during the day. Ooh, splinter in my finger. Oh, that hurts, because your nerve system is telling you. Then you have that other voice inside of you that is Rick. It's your subconscious, it's your conscious, it's your right and wrong. It's all of the things that you are. And every one of you has heard this voice. Then there's that single tiny voice, very quiet, that says, Rick, I would not pass this truck on a curve. And you say to yourself, no, I'm in a hurry. You get your nose out, and all of a sudden, here comes a 40-footer around the corner, and, oh, Rick, whoom, get back inside. Why didn't I listen to that little voice? Because that little voice is your guardian spirit saying to you, here's the way to go. Don't turn left. You know, see, it becomes second nature to us because the voices are all the same. I'm not talking about way out voices. I'm talking about voices that direct you yourself. It's your own voice, not other voices. I'm saying to you, you're talking to yourself. 1 and 1 are 2. Let's see. Do I want to put this in this basket? No. No, I think oh, look what I found over here. Whenever I go to a trade show and I'm looking for something, see, she's saying, yeah, right on. I'll go to a trade show and I'll say, I want to find 5 things. I'll write them down, and I'll get to a certain aisle, and I want to go right, and I hear a nudge that says, no, maybe just go down this way a little. I go down there, and I find one of the products. But I'm saying you have to listen to that tiny voice, because that little tiny voice is the universal energy that's giving you the direct direction to go. Go this way. Be careful. Vibrations. You know, you've met people, and those people, you say, I don't like the vibrations between these two, me and this other person just aren't working out. Because it's very possible that person is thinking some negative thoughts about you. I'm going to take their business over. You see what I'm saying? That's the sort of thing that I'm saying. So if you pay attention to those things, you will discover all of a sudden a new sensitivity that will make life happy for you. I have one last story, and it has to do with a man that we're all familiar with, and that is Sir Winston Churchill. After World War II, and Sir Winston Churchill was the single most important element. He was the cheerleader for England, for Europe. He was the single most important voice in keeping the English people driving ahead against the Nazis. Ironically, at the end of the war, his party was put out of power politically, and he was the premier, so he was put out. Well, over the years, his health sort of took toll, and he was always speaking at different universities at commencement, and he'd reached a point where he could barely hobble. They were pushing him around in a wheelchair. And Cambridge University had invited him to speak at their commencement, and they sort of felt that he only had a few years left. I think it was around 1955. So they built a special ramp for him so that he wouldn't have to climb steps. And they did all of these special precautions. And the dean of the school said, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that we've invited the former Prime Minister to speak to us today. Mr. Prime Minister, would you please come up and address the commencement class? And so Winston just should have shuffled up to the podium, and he looked at everyone. He said, never give up! And he went down. And that was his commencement speech, and that's the end of our program. Thank you, thank you. We're going to be here for just a few minutes, but we do have to start to move things out because there's a wedding in here in about an hour and a half. Or a wedding reception, I think. Thank you for coming. For those of you who want to talk to me, I'll be at the show tomorrow. You know, make sure. Thank you, thank you.
Will you get your hat so I can get a picture?
Oh, the hat, sure, yeah. Okay.